We live. Y'all know we do, always pushing our well better understand ourselves. Let's get right to it. Ain't no need to play, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button. Push me on the algorithm. Greatly appreciate that. This is what's going on. That's- y'all see the pale faces in the building now. I let you know, stand down. Stand down. Salute, man. They protesting in New York. They got a widespread protest that I don't know what's going on, but it looks like they growing. They growing.
Tonight, despite the brutal cold, a massive crowd of anti-ICE protesters flooding downtown Minneapolis. It's part of today's statewide boycott on work.
But it's one in New York that was crazy. That I think is that they pushing, but it's this one guy I want to show y'all. Peace and love, family. Extra lovely, Cassandra. Love, family. Levon, we in the building. So I want to show y'all. It's this guy, man. He protesting, and he definitely black, but he's telling people to protest. I gotta show y'all this. But salute to everybody who in the chat. Now they had a lot of people come out in New York, and he was leading. He was leading the case. So again, we staying home though, but y'all gotta see this, man. I gotta show you. All right, here we go. Salute, though. Yeah, salute, family. Dolores, I appreciate you tapping in. A white man here, white man here and casual listener. I don't agree with you on everything, but this most definitely, you know whose community is gonna be affected by these illegals first. Stay home, we are too. Salute, man. I appreciate you. Damn it. Be tapping in. Say you don't agree with everything, but you know, that's how it is. But I want to show y'all the protest speech in New York. But yeah, I think they need to let the people do their job, in my opinion. But it's a lot of people now, it's growing where people are feeling like they feel like they need to protest. They feel like they need to be out here and stop ICE from deporting people, which I'm gonna have to close my. I don't agree with. I don't agree with it. I think, at some point, LA Hopkins was good, family. Yeah, at some point, we can't have this crazy chaos. Cincinnati in the building. Jermaine. Yeah, man, we stand our course. I mean, it's no need. Yeah, it's no need for us to jump involved. They got a lot of protesters out there, even for the people that's speaking and trying to get people to protest. To me, it's kind of crazy. But I want to get y'all this speech that they got going on. And it's always us leading the way. Not even leading, but I'm saying speaking on the protest. Show y'all this brother. That's right, they can't coming up today, but salute to everybody for coming in. These are people are not protesting deportation. Salute, DJ. You say these people are not protesting? They got to be wanting something else.
This is the third shooting at the hands of a federal agent in this town in less than a month. People here are absolutely sick of this.
You live here. You've got to be here after all this bullshit is over. 5 shots they put into that man's body. And how do you look me in the eye and tell me you can justify this?
You see him sending a message. Sir, let me ask you why you came out today. What brought you out here?
I'm a veteran. I swore an oath back in 1969 to protect this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This is unbelievable. People, this is the third person that...
Wait, did we hear what he just said? He said he's here to protect foreign and domestic. What is you talking about, homie? Hold on, let me close this door. Shauna, what's good? Nope, you ain't coming in. Salute, family. Yeah, like, did y'all hear what he said? He said supporting his country. He think that he needs to fight for people for domestic and for...
And tell me you can justify this.
You see him sending a message. Sir, let me ask you why you came out today. What brought you out here?
I'm a veteran. I swore an oath back in 1969 to protect this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This is unbelievable. People, this is the third person that's been shot as a result of this. How many more bodies do we have to have in the state of Minnesota? How many more? How many more before somebody is responsible or held responsible for this?
Just comply. Y'all just comply with their orders. Let them people grab whoever they got to grab. And, you know, y'all getting shot is because y'all trying to disrupt the job.
These people live here. This is their home. They got to come back to this. They will never be accepted again. I promise you that.
When you say these people, you're talking about the state troopers, the local police.
I saw at home, I saw them hold a man down and put 5 shots into his body unnecessarily. They say he had a weapon, but this is a conceal and carry state. I have a weapon, okay? Every day I leave my house, I have a weapon because I feel unsafe in my own state. Ace cannot do this. We cannot allow this to happen again. This is going to be a powder keg. A powder keg.
This is the third shooting at the hands of a federal agent in this town in less than a month.
Right,
people here are out.
But this is the other brother. Exactly. Reparations now, right? Salute the faction of Earth, man. I appreciate you, brother. Always tapping in with me. Check this out. I got this one here, y'all, of the protests in New York. That this brother is leading. Look like another Democratic Party dude, but check this out. He leading us in.
Councilmember Chiose, and I represent Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights in the City Council. And while we're calling to abolish ICE, that most certainly is not enough. We need Nuremberg trials for the people of ICE, for the people who are committing crimes against humanity here in our country. I refuse to call them law enforcement. They are agents of chaos. They are destroying the fabric of our country. Remove further than calling to abolish ICE, something that many of our leaders in the Democratic Party are still afraid to do. I don't want to hear shit about reforming ICE. I don't want to hear shit about training these ICE agents. We need to abolish ICE. What do we want? And why do we want it?
Now, this is a shame. Y'all see what's going on here? They using us at the forefront. Why they ain't have them out there talking? Why is he out here feeling so passionate about this white violence?
There were first and foremost, there were 7 Democrats in the House that voted to fund ICE. And 2 of them come from New York State. That includes Tom Suozzi in Long Island and Laura Gillett in Long Island. Give them hell! On January 30th, the Senate has an opportunity to either increase funding for ICE or say no to this tyrannical Gestapo.
Shut it down!
We need 10 Democrats to vote against this budget increase. So I'm calling for you all today to make sure that we are calling Chuck Schumer's office, to make sure that we're calling Kirsten Gillibrand's office, and telling them to vote. No! We're telling them to vote.
No!
I have their phone numbers right now, if you can take them down, so we don't forget. We want to blow their lines up, and if you see them in person, you know what to do. We have Chuck Schumer's DC office. That's 202 224 6542. And Kirsten Gillibrand's office. That's 202 224 4451. As I said before, it is not enough to just call to abolish ICE. It's not enough to say we need to reform ICE. There need to be criminal trials held against these individuals within this agency. And to everyone watching at home who thinks this issue does not impact you because you're not an immigrant or you're not an illegal immigrant, ICE is coming after each and every single one of us. They killed a 37-year-old white American man. We are nothing to them. We must call to abolish.
Man, let's run that back, man. You can't be serious. You can't make this stuff up, bruh. You cannot make
every single one of us. They killed a 37-year-old white American man. We are nothing to them. We must call to abolish ICE.
Man, did you hear him again, bro? This is
7-year-old white American man. We are nothing.
He's shocked. Like, if that would have been a black dude, would he would have said that? Appreciate you. That girl shines. I appreciate me what you say. Thanks for the coverage and accuracy on the issue. Are there any candidates out there for us? Facts. My gosh, the worship, bro. The worship.
To them. We must call to abolish ICE. We must call to hold these criminals behind this agency accountable. What do we want? Abolish ICE. American man is coming after each and every single one of us. They killed a 37-year-old white American man. We are nothing to them. We must call to abolish ICE. We must call to hold these criminals behind this agency accountable. What do we want? And when do we want it? If we don't get it.
That was very off code, bro. That was very off code for him. We know he got a political background. You can tell how he talking. He ain't talking with that soul. How much you want to bet is good. Man, it's crazy. You can't make this up, bro. They killed the 37-year-old white male, and they going crazy. No call for reparations. These are enemies to Black Americans, for real. he ain't up there livid about what his people, like what our people did not even receive. He's livid when a white man and a woman get killed. Man, they burnt down our towns at Black Wall Street and everybody act like nothing ain't happened. When they burnt down our towns, it was the next day was business as usual. Wasn't nobody out there screaming like, this is crazy. And when they had us hanging and all of this crazy stuff that was going, the next day was just business as usual. It was like everybody need to mind their business. Now when we want to mind our business, it's problems. This is crazy to me, man. I'm gonna let them speak. This is crazy.
Thank you.
ICE is not welcome here. And Donald Trump, let's be clear. Immigrants are welcome here.
Hold on. See, this is why it's crazy. This is why the country is in shambles right now. We got an influx of immigrants, and we seeing how Ilhan Omar, this shit is like a takeover. It's like they trying to make it seem like it's their land now. It's like if we don't make it seem like it's ours, it's like somebody else coming over here gonna be like, yo, this is our land.
No hate. No fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate. No fear. Immigrants are welcome here. And no justice, no peace.
No justice, no peace.
We want ICE off our streets.
We want ICE off our streets.
Donald Trump, let's be clear.
Donald Trump, let's be clear.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Donald Trump, let's be clear.
Donald Trump, let's be clear.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Look at the crowd now. We got a little buddy over here. He definitely off code. Little chubby chub. You need to get in the gym. You out here protesting. What's wrong with you? Y'all see what's going on. Dang. Yeah, they setting up to take over the country. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I see the play, what's going on. It's like, we gonna have countries in the country. Jersey City, Priscilla in the building. I appreciate you. You know you got to give us your opinion on this. Shauna say they have no problem either them folks stealing all the money, but if it was us, it's a different story. Facts. Man. Why you waiting to follow? Why not lead? Why not need y'all? Y'all acting like you don't see the writing on the wall, no political strategy. Bro, well, make the political strategy, homie. If you so smart and you got it all together, go ahead and do it, man. Be great. Your critiquing should be, you feel me? It's hard to be when you should just be boots on the ground if you got any kind of issue. Because FBA is doing something. We ain't putting everything on the internet for you weirdos to be knowing everything we doing. But I ain't even finna be talking to y'all because they told me not even to speak.
Immigrants are welcome here.
No hate, no fear.
No
Immigrants are welcome here. No.
So the immigrants are telling people that immigrants are welcome here. Now, we had Dakara Thompson get killed, a Black American. Got killed by an immigrant. FBA sister. Got killed by an illegal immigrant. And you want us to feel like we gonna protect immigrants being here, or we gonna protect immigrants that's not killing us and taking us out? The issue is pertaining to immigrants, yet wanting us to be crash dummies. Put cricket. So it seems like they rallying up too, man. Trying to put crickets. We need to be talking about building on economic base and industry that we buy. Okay. You need to be giving out the plans, homie, because we ain't trying to put all our information on. Right. He talk about building all of this. The country is at war. You got white people killing white people. You got a whole bunch of it's a shift in power that's finna fall right back in our hands. You don't see that. He don't see that writing on the wall. That we about to get our just due. B1 brother from OKC, man. Shout out to OKC, man. All our brothers that's up there in that Tulsa, Oklahoma area, man. Oklahoma. I guess that's you OKC. That's Oklahoma City. Okay, not Tulsa, right? But in that area, I'm close. Shout out to you, brother. Man, this is good, man. Look, I'm linked up in pretty much every state, man, that's on the channel, man. Texas, Florida, Georgia, New York, California. I didn't see much Washington, but that's cool. I know anybody from Washington, y'all gotta tap in. Let them tell it. ICE is getting rid of white people and people of color. That's what I'm saying. People telling us they're coming after you next. Like, bro, you know what ICE is doing? Like, are you trying to scare me? Bro, you got to be out there too, because they're coming for you. They're coming for you guys after them. Like, bro, you know how many years we've been through battling with the police, bro? COINTELPRO has been in all of our organizations. I play this video all the time with Darhart Perry. They infiltrated all of our black organizations and made sure they terminated them. And y'all mean to tell me ain't nobody cared what all of this happened? Entrapment. They was giving us entrapment law, bro. I mean, entrapment crimes. It was police that they caught in Broward County that was actually cooking drugs and putting them on the street. It's just so much, man, that was going on in our community. Bolo Television, what's good, family? Bro, Powernomics, bro. We following Dr. Claude Anderson, man. Dr. Claude Anderson already got on every one of my videos at the end. I make sure I give a plan for us, for the community. So watching my content alone, bro, already gonna give you the plan. If you can't pick up on the code, we ain't trying to be talking like that over the internet. We got groups and we really speak to people and we really putting things together on the back end. So we don't need nobody coming on my channel telling us how we need to do policies. Get boots on the ground and do something. You feel me? Y'all don't need to come in here telling us like, do something and spread what you're doing if you got the sense to do it. But we not getting on here telling everybody what we doing like this. That don't make sense. Don't nobody give out their playbook on the internet to weirdos that we don't even know that's down for the culture. We tired of, we got to gatekeep some things. So some things got to be in the back end. Yeah, they want us to just get a whole game plan to them. That's what they really want, bro. They really want us to talk and so they know what's going on and they can like prepare for it. Like we're not doing that no more. Yeah, everything is coded. We guarding what we say. We trying to guard what we trying to do. We're not just talking to weirdos on the internet about what we trying to do. Go do something, put your idea together, and go link with some brothers in your community and start your grassroots movement, because that's what we pushing over here. Grassroots movements. For real, they sending more and more people on my channel. I'm seeing people in my channel, want to get personal with me, want to say I'm a traitor. You just coming on my channel. They paying y'all to come on my channel to try to disrupt what we doing. We see it. But check this out. I'm finna open up the chat too, man. Let me open up the chat. Fact, yeah, man, we gotta move in silence. They be coming, bro, coming on my channel, hitting. They be trying to disrupt or get some information for what we got going on. The good old liberal would call us terrorists. I remember clearly. For real. But it seemed like they getting more and more people. But I thought the guy was an immigrant. He's not an immigrant. He's a white dude that was a protester. So it's the second protester that done got gunned down. More evidence that we don't need to be out there. We dang sure don't need to be risking our lives. There you go, bro. We have seen all the plays. Yeah, we seen all the plays. So that's what's crazy. But they trying to copy us on how we had, you know, anything we did when we was, you know, protesting or rioting or we feel some type of way. They know we, you know, we stand on the business. TYB Enlighten, what's good, fam? This is on Tim Waltz. Yeah, it's on Tim Waltz, man. He know he's getting money on the back end. You know, he trying to act like he's not, but he definitely getting some money on the back end. But I'm gonna go to Tim Waltz. He had a special where he said some stuff. And Waltz is a Democrat.
Yeah.
Salute,
Yes,
D1.
the answer
Appreciate
is yes,
you,
we
fam.
have, as we said last
We
week.
always on
we
code,
staged,
man.
those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity.
And my bad, y'all, for getting at the haters in the chat. I know y'all told me to stop talking to them people in the chat. They just come in. They're gonna be coming in a lot more people coming, and we definitely standing on business. So I gotta get better with that. But salute to Volo Television, man. Supporting the channel, man. I appreciate y'all. Love, family in the building. He put Foundational Brown, American, for real, Amerindian, FBA 13th to 15th Amendment. Facts. Tampon Tim. Shout out Bria. Yeah, Tampon Tim, man. Tampon Tim. For real. For real. Y'all got them. They don't need me. That's what I'm
stress
saying. I'm with you.
Minnesotans. The frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for the folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and
I got to repeat that you said in the Gearhead. But he said, take note on how the majority of the white guys think he got what he had coming. He went looking for the feds. He obstructed them, then resisted arrest while armed with the gun. This is what I'm saying. You had a gun on you. Like, ain't nobody got time. See, listen, we got to be honest with ourselves. If any of us was a ICE agent and this was our job, we're going to be very agitated now because y'all doing too much. It's like, so now I got to be on alert. Y'all making the police be more super alert and more going to be have less patience. They're going to be ready to like, oh, I don't know what y'all up to. And we up 2-0. So I gotta add extra pressure because y'all probably want to up the score. So I gotta make sure y'all don't up the score on me. It's like this protesting and all this talking stuff is just crazy. If they really want to do something, y'all better just do something to them. All of this craziness, protesting and getting in the way with guns is like, bro, you a crash dummy. You are you target practice, bro. You're target practice out here. It's like this is the way you trying to stop ICE from being out here, man. I got no sympathy for you. This is a dumb strategy. So I'm not finna sit back and support that. Like, y'all crazy, bro. It's crazy. Let me let them cook though.
Have General Minke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across.
Let's take it way back from when they was burning our towns down. This is why we've been screaming reparations, and y'all gonna tell us we don't need no damn reparations. How you think you know all of this brutality? Who been facing all of this brutality in this country? But then they tell us, man, we didn't have nothing to do with reparations. Y'all need to have something to do with it now. Y'all need to get in line. This is y'all turn to feel some of that.
And of course, the State Patrol of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit.
What you mean have our folks on the streets? They really think that it's okay, bro, to just put a whole bunch of people out in the streets, not trained. These people doing dumb stuff, using the car to, go at officers. You having crash dummies. They not finna do nothing but use target practice. That's why we telling our people to stand down. Because all of these protesters are doing nothing but, easy targets for nothing. FBA, Total Delineation is our organization. It's Emily Tethers or the Democratic Party Plantation Corporation. Blue Voters Block. Read the Willie Lynch paper so you'll better comprehend. I think I did read that on here. But we got a lot more new subscribers.
Yeah, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, that they're activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriffs to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need.
Yeah, they better be more apprehensive because, I know most people only respect money and violence once they get like this. It's like, you got to make an example. Salute, Angie. Angie in the building. You got to make an example. Once you make an example out of a couple people, the smart people are going to be like, you know what? This ain't worth it. Let's go at this at another way. But if they're still going out there, it's like it's money driven. It's like people getting paid to go out there, bro. Angie in the building.
To do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that. And that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
So he trying to get other people involved too. Hey, man.
I'm asking No. You don't ask me nothing, man. $2.25 million. Get out.
Are we the only community that does fraud?
How come they said this building was closed? Do you guys know where advanced mobility is? Advanced mobility? Yeah, we're looking for it. Never heard of it?
They know we're shining the light on the fraud, and they have no defense.
Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
The Minnesota frauds.
So this is a whole show. Oh shoot, man, y'all ain't even see that one. Man. Y'all ain't even see that. Somalis have stolen enough money for them to have given us at least $1 million, right? That's what I'm saying. They done stole so much money, but it's crazy.
I'm asking No. You don't ask me nothing, man. $2.25 million. Get out.
Are we the only community that does fraud?
How come they said this building was closed? Do you guys know where advanced mobility is? Yeah, we're looking for it. Never heard of it?
They know we're shining the light on the fraud.
That's a good point you brought up. ICE agents is no different than IDF, but you support Israel right to do the same to Palestine on their own Arab land. That's a good point. Them same Democrats, when they had IDF was bombing and going over to them people country, they supported that. Now with ICE trying to get these people out, is like they taking women and kids. They doing all of this when them people was bombing kids and stuff. That's crazy. So they don't need to mix us with that. That's a great point. Y'all supported that over here, and now ain't nobody bombing these people. We're just trying to get them out to their home. And you have a serious problem with that. You want to bring up kids. You're taking people from their kids. When they were bombing kids, you didn't care. So they trying to play with us, bro. We ain't on this political stuff. We know what y'all got going on.
And they have no defense.
Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
The Minnesota fraud scandal continues to get worse and worse as billions of dollars of fraud has been exposed, and as I showed the world the blatant fraud taking place at daycares and other locations across Minnesota, it became the most viewed video expose on the internet and created instant change within the government as the Fed sent thousands of federal agents to Minnesota, and the HHS froze over $185 million in all payments to childcare. And while politicians like Tim Walz call people like me white supremacists and far-right delusional conspiracy theorists for exposing
White man in power calling other white men white supremacists. So they white supremacy, both of the white supremacy sides is going at each other right now. Focus on us, not them. They've been spreading reparations money for decades. Google her. Amy Botch, the white executive behind the food program fraud, is arrested waiting her sentence. I'm gonna pull that up. You put focus on us, not them. Bro, we is focusing on us. This is our TV. This is our television. We got a network of our FBA brothers that we pushing out content for us to watch. This ain't where we focusing on talking politics and stuff like that, bro. This is just where we have a good place. We conversate. We connect with each other. It ain't got nothing to do with that, man. Let me go.
Exposing the fraud. Meanwhile, he actually dropped out of running for re-election. The Minnesota fraud scandal has erupted the nation as protests and riots took place, all starting because daycares like Quality Learning Center were exposed. However, the daycares is only a small portion of the fraud taking place in Minnesota. In this video, I will take you into what has continued to allow this fraud to happen and connect all of the dots for you, exposing all of the fraud from strange connections of the...
That's him right there. With the watermelon head. The light bulb head. But it's what they got going on. They found this because of delineation, right? Delineation, what we doing is making all of this. This delineation is making all of this happen. I can see my future from that clown. Shout out to YBT, man. But we definitely focusing on us, but it's definitely falling. But do y'all think it's gonna be another killing? Right. They just like, well, we got to come over here and speak our mind. We got to be heard. We got to have our presence felt on this online. We got to have an online presence, or they would dominate the media on us. We don't have no online presence. It'll be like, bro, thank God we have an online presence on here. Salute, Jarvin. I was looking forward to pulling up on the boxing on you today, but they had not canceled it. Just got back in town. But yes, it will. But yeah, we still. It's been reparations committee. We doing our thing on the back end. You know, we got different sectors of people. This is the dude who had the gun. You know, wrestling with the ice. He put no group has won reparations through vids on YouTube. It's been through courts. No vids on our FBA in the courtroom. Bro, YouTube is a source that where people are on there. Everybody's on here. That's why we don't talk about it. I ain't even finna get into them. Is all the killing real? How much they raise in the GoFundMe? Right. That's what we gotta look. Tonight, Tania, what's good, family? Solani tribe in the building. Um, is it even real? This is what I'm saying, y'all. We've been seeing a lot of skits and a lot of stuff going on. That's a good question. Uh, is it really real? But that's the other one. So we seeing white people going down. You put it look like they planted the gun on dude. Hey, we had a lot of that in our time. Guns planted. We've been saying the guns planted on us. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. Yeah, we definitely got to pull our assets together. Buying land and building our communities for sure. For sure. But they in here, they in here eavesdropping, man. They in my chats and on the channel eavesdropping, bro. They trying to censor. I might have to start another page just to, they trying to censor this kind of stuff, man. Going after people who talking about that's against us, man. Let's get crazy. Why aren't there any FBA reparations in U.S. courtrooms? It is. We got a reparations committee, bro. But we ain't finna we got things going on in the background. You got to do the research on that before you got to know what's going on. Ask us. Yeah, gotta have that because they definitely watching everything was said on here, man. I say that playing in our face, dog. Yeah, it all called the new black. Right, the new black media. That's what I'm saying, man. They tripping. This is why they taking our talking points. They using all of that stuff on us because they hearing the new black media have more effect on the people, a positive effect. Big facts, bro. Lead the way. That's what I'm saying. That's all we got to tell people. Lead the way, bro. I just seen a podcast that they are voting on 5 million in San Francisco. They need 6 votes. They have 4 confirmed. So we will see. Yep. Yeah, I did see that they trying to give the 5 million to everybody in San Francisco. For real. No, you get what I'm saying? They're going through their issues, bro. Like that ain't for us to jump in. Them same YT people when our ancestors was going through that and beefing with them mobs and them groups they started and they was burning our towns down. It was people that was just sitting back, knowing them people was dead ass wrong, and they didn't say nothing. They didn't want to stand up to the government. They didn't want to do anything. Now we screaming for reparations and the stuff that was done to us, and y'all ain't even supporting that. We don't see them like mad, like, dang, all of the stuff that happened to the black people they need their reparations. Y'all need to be acting like this for us. They ain't acting like this for us, bro. So you think I'ma think we cool? No, because you don't care about the stuff that we went through. You don't care about our fight. Y'all supposed to be acting just like this for our reparations. You gonna act like this for an immigrant that's not even from this country. We don't see you acting like this for us. It just don't make sense to me. No, we ain't on the same team. It's two different people that we ain't we not signing up for that. Tell them to go out there and act like they acting like that for us if they want any kind of reciprocal treatment, bro. What is being discussed is not the only thing discussed, right? For real, man. He don't know we got some things. Yeah, this how we got to do it. We got to do it like this. We got to cover it up like that. It's real boots on the ground stuff going on you don't even know about. So we ain't even. Let's let it play. I'm gonna let y'all get them. But that's how I'm feeling about this. They never showed this much passion to make sure we were straight even when Dakar Thompson got killed. The lady Dakar Thompson got killed, and it's like y'all care more about the immigrant than y'all do, you know what I'm saying? An American. Don't mix me with this. So if we seen one of our get taken out by an illegal immigrant, we're gonna want them out. It ain't no ifs and buts about it. We're gonna want them gone. Get them up out of here. We don't want no more of our daughters and nobody dying to no illegals. Ain't having that. But I think some of the protesters would have liked for it to be us. For real. I can see they getting one of their crash dummies to go out there. You see how Willie D tried to promote us and all of these people trying to promote us to go out there. Gearhead put white leftists do not care about black people. They care about black people voting the same way. White leftists are the worst people in America. Take it from a white guy. I know them well. You see? Salute to him. It's all starting to make sense, man. There is some white people that get it, bro. They understand. It's a lot of pimping going on here. Brother Mac said, and I'll paraphrase, FBA's dilemma with white supremacy is not that we're outgunned or outnumbered. It's that we're out organized. Yeah, we're out organized for sure. Look what we got to go through. We have to go through battling with the Democratic Party, bro, just to get out of being free politically. Like we're not even free politically to think how we want to think. We come into this game already controlled politically, already being controlled politically. So it's like, shout out to the Black Panther Party and brothers like that, though. The all of the parties that they created in the 60s that got turned down, Watts Writers Workshop, they had a lot of stuff that they infiltrated with the FBI and just made sure that we didn't have it. So yeah, man, they're gonna always be trying to play us, bro. It ain't even about the size, bro. Like, we don't care about size. I don't care about size, bro. I care about them policies that we trying to push and us understanding our numbers. Our numbers and what we gather, what we make, what we can come together with. But other than that, the politics is the politics. It's gonna be the politics, but you know, I don't never trust that. We still got to push for the policies, but
Do you know who this lady is? It's a beautiful 19-year-old young lady who was murdered in August of 2025. Her name is Dakara Thompson. Say her name. She was abducted, sexually assaulted, and murdered, then thrown over a bridge like a sack of garbage by an illegal alien by the name of Hugo Hernandez Mendez. He was in the country illegally, had been arrested for drunk driving and released. The city that released him did not notify ICE, where he could have been deported, and maybe Dakara's beautiful self would still be alive. Nobody raised $1.5 million on Dakara's behalf. Yet all this money has been raised for the young lady in Minnesota who was demonstrating, trying to prevent ICE from getting people like Mr. Hernandez Mendez
get off the
who
street.
unalived Miss Dakar. You people out there demonstrating,
We
your
down one
moral
person.
compass is all fucked up. And normally I don't use profanity, but it's necessary here. You guys are twisted, demented. Why weren't you demonstrating for Miss Thompson?
That's what we saying. Why aren't they saying for her? Why can't she get some media play? This is the reason why we want illegals, people that's not from this country, out of here. Why are they gonna disregard this black woman like this and then up these, they got the YT people, and it ain't about, it's like we got Black Lives Matter and the Black Panther Party want to fight for them. That was created for this. You can't make this stuff up, bro. This is why they sending people in the chat, because they know is backwards. It don't make no sense. But if they get enough influencers online to push these dumb rhetorics, stuff become true. Lies become true. Everything become real. Fake stuff become real. It become like the WWE. But
hey, liberals. Hey, Black Lives Matter. Why don't you say the name Dakara Thompson? Because I sure as hell have heard you scream and cry about illegals lately and protesters that ram their cars into ICE officers. Not one word for this black teen. Dakara Thompson was raped and murdered and thrown off a bridge by an illegal migrant. And I just want to ask one question right now. Where's the outrage, liberals? Because the crazy thing is I'm pretty sure if this was reversed and this migrant was hurt and thrown off a bridge, you guys would be in the streets burning down stores for that illegal. But I haven't heard one peep from Jasmine Crockett, any of them, about what happened to Dakara Thompson. Liberals have officially lost it. The Democrat Party's done. They're remaining silent when an illegal migrant murdered a black teen. They have chosen illegals over this country, over the citizens of this country. It's not a question. It's not a debate.
Y'all, white people are seeing this. They're seeing this, and they're like, this can't be real, bro. We got white people in the chat like, bro, it don't make no sense. They're just not even talking about Dakara Thompson. Like, what's really going on? Why aren't they supposed to be Black Lives Matter, right? Supposed to be Black Panthers. They're confused. They're like, there gotta be a scam. You got them saying Renee Good's name. Are you kidding me? Everybody that's doing that need the shit slapped out of them, bro. If they not saying this lady named Dakara Thompson and not holding her, they need it's disrespectful to the whole lineage, bro. We should take it serious. You should not be able to, bro, kidnap our political agendas for other cultures and other immigrants, bro. That's treason. That's totally wrong. You need life in prison for that. This is that serious, but we got to take it that serious, or we're going to see all our organizations get taken, and they're going to be for other people. Like, they hijacking our stuff and they're using it for them. It's disrespectful, bro. And we have to see We got to see white people calling this out, and black people is still going on here saying Renee Good, say her name. You got people of other nationalities like, bro, this is weird. Y'all just doing these people so dirty. Why aren't you saying Dakara Thompson's name? We're going to have to put our foot down. We're going to have to full court press this, bro. It's going to come to a point that where it's like, now we're going to really have to, pull up on them, take the Black Panther Party uniforms off. It's like, it's going to have to get really, really serious because they're just going to keep pushing us because we so much loving and nice people. But this should never have been tolerated. Imagine them doing this in the 60s. Man, somebody would have got shot. They would have been killed. At the top, if you would have been in a black organization and you would have been doing this, you wouldn't have been made it alive. Them people would have took you up out of them. It wouldn't have happened, bro. Ainswell, what's good, family? You better stay out of this.
That's what's happened. You guys stand for anyone else outside this country except for who's here because it doesn't fit your narrative right now. This is an absolute tragedy. Prayers to her family. I can't even imagine what they're going through. This should not be happening in our country. We need to stand up right now. Politicians, they want these people here and they cannot be here. Hey, liberals.
But it's sad, bro, that we're not seeing. Nobody cares about this girl, bro. Like, we supposed to want illegals here after hearing this information, bro. Renee bad. Yeah, but they gonna feel some type of way if everybody say we want the pressure on immigration because of Dakara Thompson. For real, it's how they think of us, fam. But my point is, there should be there should have been not nobody should be saying Renee's good after they hear this young girl's story, bro. That's letting us know, like, right. For real. That's what we saying. But like you saying, they raising property taxes to pay for illegal immigration, which is diabolical. They're giving them all the resources and tangibles while American citizens suffer. And that's just like what Dr. Claude Anderson said. But he put she was killed. Black Panthers aren't talking about her. My first time hearing about her. Yeah. She was taken out by an illegal immigrant. And they don't say anything. Police, CIA, DEA, COINTELPRO, 1994. It's like they don't care about this girl. That's what I'm saying. And they got to be exposed for this, bro. You got to be exposed for this. There's no way you're going to disregard a black person and you out here talking about like you for black people and you a Democrat. And you ain't going to bring this lady up. Right. Our homeless people is just sitting outside. Patrick Tyler put, Democrats don't give a shit about Thompson, and neither do the Black Democratic Shield like Roland Martin. For real, I gotta put him on blast. For real, for real. Our homeless was sleeping. Because they don't want to spread Hudon, what's good, man? My bad, I'm late. I had to back it up, so I didn't miss nothing. Yeah, man, we just talking about the hypocrisy. The bag to ignore us is way strong. It's why we continue to fall behind. Willie Lynch. It's not about political parties. Yeah, but our point is they're protesting. A white man got killed. A white woman got killed. White man got killed. And they like all hell breaking loose. This Dakara Thompson got killed, and she wasn't doing nothing wrong, wasn't trying to interfere with anything, was just living her life, and we don't get it. It's silence. Nah, we ain't doing that. Unspoken vibes was good, family. Y'all rule, I appreciate you. Salute, salute. Shalom. Yeah, but why they not saying say her name? Because she wasn't protesting. They're trying to market protesters. Yeah, man. Yeah, she was a pretty girl. Yeah, man. If they had a stricter immigration plan, she'll still be alive right now. If y'all wasn't just if Joe Biden and them Democrats wasn't just letting them in trying to get votes, she'll be alive. And you know how much theft and identity theft goes on because of illegal immigration. Yeah, shout out to Jarvis. Yeah, they only focusing on ICE stuff. Like, we're gonna hold a name, man. We're gonna keep, the immigrant have the urban league immigrant to the NAACP immigrant. Tell the Congressional Black Caucus that caucus is for everything but FBA must challenge, all led by immigrants. Yeah. Because I'm going to want to get, like, my policy is going to be we got to get immigrants out of office. Okay. Like, that's where we really going to have to be like, nah, we can't have people speaking on our country that's not from here. That's where it really plays like citizens too, but a lot of them that's in politics, you got to get out. You got to get out, bro. I don't want to be speaking to, and I gave y'all my story, man. And, hearing like my dad was in the hospital when I had his two doctors was both from India, bro, you know? And it was just like, you feel much better from the culture. If you in a country, bro, you're going to feel much better from people who understand the stuff that has to do here, especially if you're in important positions and you have to do with people and politics, bro. It's like it's almost mandatory that we have to be on the top. So they not gonna care like we gonna care, you know. Not to say, and I ain't got no. It's just I understand the importance of it's things that can. It's a lot of treason that can go on. Yeah, we need our own doctors. It's crazy, but it's like we can't be getting so comfortable of seeing other people that don't look like us and thinking that, this is how it's supposed to be. We got to be shopping with the Chinese, the Indian. We got, all of these different, at some point, we got to understand the importance of us, the lineage. Right. They use us to go to war. I was just talking to my uncle about that, man. My uncle was in the war That's what they use us for. Protesting. Whatever they see that we've been good at in the past, that's what they're gonna want to use us for. That's why they use in the Black Panther Party. That's why they use in the NAACP. They're using all of these Black Lives Matter. They're using them because they see that the power we got is doing stuff. Let me take this off, man. Salute the fam for giving that. But yeah, you know, it's getting more and more what we seeing now. We seeing political figures that's other ethnicities. It's just crazy. But we see how them Somalians did in Minnesota. That really touched me when that lady said, you know, I get to see my own doctor. I get to see, because y'all got to understand everybody's diet. And I learned this from Yahweh Awakening, man. Shout out to him. Everybody's diet is lineage based. We all can't even eat the same. You feel me? It's different people from different parts of the land gotta eat differently. And they don't teach us, like they don't, like they making it, we'll have a whole diet from a whole nother culture. So, you know, different lineages, their body eat different. It's just like, you know, over there in Africa, they be eating all kind of stuff. Everybody can't do that. They came from a lineage of doing these kind of practices and doing that. So everybody body is different, you know what I mean? Especially lineage with different people, with groups of people, their body are more similar. It's not just all one big melting pot. It's distinctive things from lineage in certain groups of people too. That has to be catered to. You can't just throw everybody in a lump and be like, okay, we're just gonna, it don't work like that, you know? Like for an example, there's birds. It's two birds, right? And there's a bird that, like vultures, they eat meat, you know? They grind and they going out eating all dead stuff, but then you got birds that only eat grass. Who are you expecting to say something about that? She put in Africa, bushmeat is a delicacy. That's crazy. For real, Bulldog. We got to stay on code. We can't be out there dealing with any of this, bro. But we are going to push for our sister that got her, Dakara Thompson. We're going to we going to push for her, bro. We not jumping on no other bandwagon for no other. That don't make no sense. Exactly. We can't eat how them people eat over there, bro. We can't do that. And people got to understand that our lineage is specific to us. It's a way that we have to operate, you know, from our genes and what's going on in our past, that we have to get to that. They can't be lumping us up with everybody and having everybody experiment on us, being our doctors, being all of this, and they come from a whole nother lineage. Like you should, man, I get, you know, I don't want to get too lineage based, but I feel more comfortable. That's why I'm telling y'all about Yaki Awakening. You know, somebody that's from our lineage that done the research, and he's giving the research out here to the people from what his people is genetically from this land, you know. And we don't hear that. We got to hear somebody, some other culture telling us about our body, telling us about what we should eat, telling us about like all of this got to stop, y'all. We got to start. This is what delineation is, bro. You know, delineation is got hearing the fact from the people that come from your lineage, because a lot of stuff gotta, look at the ones that's able to eat raw meat and nothing happens. You try it and see what happens. This is what I'm saying. It's birds that they're vultures, bro. They go out and eat meat and they survive, they live. It's some birds, they can't eat meat, bro. They would die. So you can have two birds, but they on two totally different diets. You can't have all birds. Let's say if you put all birds together, and you can't be like, okay, I'm gonna just feed all the birds the same food. You can't do that. Every bird got its unique diet, and we can't keep getting lumped up with everybody. We have to have things that's exclusively for us. Stop pinning us with black and brown people. Stop doing all of this. They need to alleviate that. Like, we need to be us and let us be ourselves. And that's the problem with what we're dealing with. This is what delineation means, and it's upsetting people because they get to ride our coattail. Yeah. But it's same with medicine and stuff like that. It's certain stuff that our bodies is not going to deal with like other people. And we can't, we have to do things that's fit for our, our DNA, our lineage. When you bring up housing, I go to the doctor just for my physical, and my primary is FBA, not a Sambo coon. For real, y'all, it's coons in the health field. You got to look out for them, bro. The same thing like this politics work, it worked the same way. Our lineage is particular and supposed to be followed. The dietary laws, for real. I'm telling you, it's real. That's why we are, the most, like, we get our FBA community here in America, we get a lot of sickness, we get a lot of heart disease, we get a lot of stuff because they understand that we're not supposed to be eating the same thing everybody else supposed to eat. We just have to stay consistent. Yeah, like anything. Salute, Queen Libra. Thank you. Queen Libra in the building. Yeah, facts. So that's what we're trying to put together. We're trying to make sure that we treat our lineage with the right respect. Because we can't, it's plant-based too. Yeah, we can't be adopting, all of these carnivores, diet, they medicines, all of that. Our people already had everything going. We don't got to be copying these people's stuff. Health is wealth, for real. Yeah, we can't. I'm telling y'all, dealing with this healthcare industry has been bad for our people. The healthcare industry, the politics has been bad for us. It needs to be reshaped. We have to have our own clinics specifically for us. Don't be giving me no information about people in India that you done tested and you trying to do the same stuff on us. It don't work like that, bro. Because they've been testing our skulls, they've been testing our blood, they've been testing all our body parts for 300 years. They understand what's good with us. Salute. Your body is your temple. Yeah, man. But that's how, this is how the same thing is going on with us because they want to benefit from our struggle and resources. They always say that goofy mess. I never knew what race was in Africa, but they know tribalism very well. Man, we got to get back to that. And it's not, this is just a more comfortable thing. Like, we're going to feel more comfortable when we know people are on code. We know people are on code. We're going to have more trust. We got to get to that because these other cultures, they can do that. They can click with their people and trust their people. how them Somalians had the malls and stuff over there. They can trust each other, bro, because they never had that. They don't know what COINTELPRO is. They don't know what going to war with your people and putting plants in there. So but they don't want us to be tribal here. That's crazy though. They don't want us to be tribal. Tribal is just the way of life. That's just how it was. Okay. Keep it. Let's pull this up. But yeah, because the black immigrants, they want to hide under the umbrella of blackness. They're not built to go up against the white supremacy in the U.S. government like we are, for real. They're not. R.I.P. Decatur. Decatur, yeah. R.I.P. to her, man. But listen, that's why we listen. That's why we stand out of it. Let them illegals get up out of here because immigration here is not gonna be good for us, family. It's not gonna be good for having an open border and having anybody come in how they want. It's not gonna be good for us. Let's see which one.
In the most vulnerable states. It was absolutely devastating to watch someone be executed. We've seen this from every angle, and to have to be lied to by our government and saying that like it was something other than it was when we see video evidence of it, it's just it's staggering that we're someone who is a veteran administration nurse was executed by the government he was serving as well in the streets today. I mean, I've been at it before. I believe that ICE should be out of our city. I believe that this it should be defunded here in Portland, and that their permits should be revoked. And to come out here and represent today specifically for nurses, we're one of the largest workforces in the nation, nurses and healthcare workers, and it's in our code of ethics to stand up against these injustices, both inside of hospitals, inside of clinics, and outside on the street. And I think it's just a very precious time to make sure that you stand 10 toes down on that.
It's crazy. They're in Portland, Oregon. Like they calling everybody. They calling everybody. I'm gonna open up the chat, man, if y'all want to call in. All the illegals gotta go. Big fact, man. They going hard for these people, y'all. Literally. I want to ask them, like, why y'all ain't never went this hard when they burnt down homes and to American people? Why would you go so hard for immigrants? And you an American. That money, that foreign money. I said, I'm tired of here. Man, let me show y'all, bro. He said, I'm tired of hearing Spanish. Bro, I pulled up. I went to get my dad some soursop. I'm in Broward County, Florida. I'm finna show y'all the picture. I had to take a picture of this, bro. I seen a dude. He had a whole mall on his car, bro. Now, this is a parking lot. I got to put the He had the whole, and he didn't speak no English. His whole car, had like, it had everything on it, and he just sitting in the parking lot. I pull up on him. He don't speak no English. I'm like, dang, it's crazy, bro. This man sitting in a parking lot, a shopping center parking lot, and he got jerseys and hats and slides all on the car. The car is full of it. Don't speak no English. People all stolen. Ricky's World, what's good, fam?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Man, another day hanging with the family, man. Always a blessing.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Man, it's great. I want to piggyback what you said. Like,
Right.
they fought a lot for him. They didn't fight for us like this when we were slaves. We were working for free.
For real.
Like that. That is crazy.
It's crazy, ain't it, man? I'm telling you.
I saw Black Alpha, where the white boy was saying he was like, this is America. And somebody said, this is stolen land. Dude said, this ain't stolen. We conquered y'all. I was like, damn. Then he looked at the camera and said, we need backup.
The audacity.
And they had some incident with some white boys out there in Dearborn, Michigan, where they had burned down I think they burned a mosque or something.
Yeah.
And they had they were basically telling them Muslims, like some of the black Muslims came out on some, these are brothers. And when they saw that them white boys came for war, like, we came to spill blood today. They were like, okay, y'all got to go handle that. Like, I think those were some African Muslims or something, because you don't let these people firebomb y'all, tell you go back to your country, in your face saying, do something, we ready to spill blood. And you got the president say, yeah, we're going to deputize people. So he already saying the warmongering white folks that's itching and salivating, go put in work.
Mm-hmm.
And like white people as a whole, like you mentioned this before, that they're delineating, like asking other white people. Funniest thing I saw was TikTok, where the mama said, grandma, white boy brought in an English woman, some European woman. First thing she said was, where's she from? Soon as that girl started talking, she said, you a fucking immigrant, to her face.
Damn, are you serious? That's how they get down.
Asians are delineating,
Mm-hmm.
from seeing black people and showing paperwork. So now you got black people. I saw at the gym this week. One white boy said, where you from, man? You been coming here. Where you from? He's like, oh, I'm American. He said, I ain't ask you that. Where are you from? Dude paused for like a good 30 seconds. He said, you're a fucking immigrant.
Yo, it's a change. There's something happening out here right now, man.
So now these white folks mostly up north, those are real immigrants. Those aren't real white people. Those are like immigrants.
Yeah, you mean like Italians and yeah.
All them, they already know. They know that they're immigrants. Like, they'll come amongst white people and say something like, try to fit in. But if there's another person coming in the room, oh, you mean you what? No, man, I'm Italian. Instantly delineating.
Right.
I'm not like them people.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying all that. These white folks out here putting their bodies, putting their resources on the line for some immigrants that don't care about them. And they want black Minnesotans to go out there, fight against police for some immigrants that just called them a Jareer not 2 weeks ago. Man, and They think we're just talking. They think we're just listening. We're watching y'all every day make racial slurs to people you haven't even known. 400-500 years ago, y'all was watching us on TVs. Well, not 400-500 years ago, but for 400 years, you never heard of us. And your first interaction with us is to call us a slur on the internet, because they never do this in our faces.
Never.
Like they never. I've been around Africans. I was a Pan African at one point, and my family looked at me like I was crazy. Grandma looked me in my face and said, "You ain't no damn African. You're Indian. I knew your daddy folks.
Right.
Who telling you were African?" Dr. Umar.
Telling us all this African stuff. They don't know. Our grandparents don't know nothing. They know. They say Indian, Cherokee Indian. They say these. None of one that I ever heard say Africa. You know, that's crazy.
And this picture I got, that's my great grandmother in the 70s. She Cherokee. Like membership card. Both sides of my family Cherokee, really. Both of them. I thought my dad was African looking at him, but looking at older pictures of him with the long black hair, like, yeah, you cut that hair off and you just look at a person's skin tone because they got darker skin, you go, oh, you African. Like, bro, this is crazy. This is crazy. I like that you try to get, and other YouTubers try to get people together. But a lot of people, a lot of us, still lost.
Still lost, man. That's what I'm saying. They find problems out of delineating, and like it has to happen. That's how you gonna get health. You know what to eat. You have to be. You can't lump yourself up with people that don't come from your same lineage. It's just it has to be. You get what I'm saying? It's a lot to that.
And that's the crazy. These people, our elders. We're going to go back to the ancestors. Our elders dealt with racism, white supremacy in their faces, and rationalizing their mind. I'm gonna get this little money you paying me, and I'm gonna go build something better.
Right.
I'll take the abuse. And yeah, that white boy talking crazy, but this is where I'm at right now, and I'm gonna get what I need out of him or her, and do what I need to do. And then somehow, some way, 50 years later, they forget them same points when it comes to voting for a person. He said some racist stuff. Okay, they didn't say any racist stuff, but what are they going to do for us?
Right.
Nothing. Why should we vote for them? Well, they got a black person. Okay, is he really black? Now we got to ask that.
We got it right, because they are quick to say somebody black, and we like, bro. They've been doing this since the 71, the Black Caucus, man.
Since the Black Caucus, like even Messy Jesse. It was Cali that called him Messy Jesse.
For real.
How are you a Cherokee and you gonna reclassify millions of people as African Americans? And you know better.
Know better.
How you gonna sit there with Dr. King, have secret meetings, come up with plans, and then go, yeah, I'm gonna do the opposite of all that. I know, and the one thing I don't get is, why be a coon? Why be a Sambo? Why be a sellout? When in the end, you saw how they did all the Sambos. That's gonna be the fate awaiting you. This FBI dude that you was playing, at the end of the day, when the dude asked me, you did all of that for a few $100s. How did that make you feel? You destroyed the You have destroyed the Black Panther Party and put crack in the community. And all you could say was, I thought it was gonna be different.
Dang.
All this. These be some of the elders that talk to us.
Yep. They so far behind that, and we try to tell them, and they so stuck. Some of our elders are so stuck. They done been sold them lies for so many different years, but some of them are waking up too. On my channel, they be like, man, to hear like I'm learning so much now, because it's more that could be exposed nowadays. You know, in 2025, 2026, when it was easy to hide things back in the days.
Oh yeah. Like now with the internet, I think some old dude, a elder, I was out at Kroger's and he was like, man, so much has happened. It's gotten so bad. I said, it's been like this. He's like, not in my day. I said, yes, in your day. Just with no internet.
Right.
You had
See it.
you couldn't see that stuff. You had people back in the 50s leaving the front door and back door open with the windows up.
Mm-hmm.
You know that was the SK's paradise. The Jeffrey Dahmers, all them people. Oh, they leaving the door open? Oh, they leave Charles Manson and the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
So if common sense, if them people, European people, come from, they really don't have a culture other than violence and a mastery of violence. If y'all could do that to each other, why the heck would you migrate to another world, another continent, still be on the same violence, and then you thinking, now it's the 50s, we can leave the doors open, and we know there's people that look like us that do all acts of savagery.
Right. That's where that came from. It
I
came
don't,
from there.
I don't get that.
Mm-hmm.
Water guy, I don't get, how do you bring in millions of immigrants and you say they come from failed homelands and low education and high poverty and disease, and we're going to educate you and put you in the highest positions.
Right. But think about this. I got a question I'm gonna ask you. I want to hear what Gearhead. Shout out to the Cherokees and the Blackfoots, man, and the Mohawk tribes, the Choctaws, man. That's who we are. That's the language we got to speak. But we kind of group all that together and call us foundational. But they don't have a culture except violence. That's as stupid as Tether saying FBA have no culture. He's not saying you don't have a culture, but violence. He's saying your culture comes from being violent, and it's facts to that, you know. Because the white race has been around, like Ricky's world. How you feel like, because the white race has only been around what, like a couple thousand years or something like that?
Yeah, they
How
say
do you think it
6,000.
started? Yeah, they say like 6,000, but us is like millions of years, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you think it started? Like, I want to hear people, you know, how did the white race develop? Like, people say they came from black people. I have my own way of how I think they came, but I want to get your take. How 7,000 years ago, you know, white people just, you know, the white skin just poof populated the earth. How you think this happened?
I think by the way they told us. They told us they evolved from apes. And they told us this. They told us they came from the Caucasus Mountain. They told us that they were warring with each other and killing each other because of lack of resources. They told us that they, instead of coming together on some, we're white, no, we're going to be tribal, like the Africans. We're going to be tribal. The Irish, they say, you said, where did it start from? It all started from their savage beginning. Ever since they had thought, it's been violence. And we can see that to this day. We tried it. We tried it in all this peaceful being, using religion, using spirituality to basically humanize them. And what have they shown us? We still them same people from 6,000 years ago. Only difference is we wear clothes now. And we talk a little more finer. We refine our ability to present ourselves. But no, that's their culture.
Right. This is what the white guy said. This is a white guy literally in the group chat. He said the DNA showed that white man mixed with Neanderthals at one point, while the black man didn't have the same DNA input. That is why white guys are slower.
Well, some of them come from us, unfortunately. But y'all. No,
what you mean?
Evolve.
Right. Some of
them do, like the albinos.
That's what I'm saying. check this out. This is what I'm trying to say. I mean, I don't know about the Neanderthals them being mixed with them. It could. I don't, but I'm saying we know that a black person can produce a white baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in order to get a lot of populace of white people, you would have to segregate them and have them only, procreate with each other, right?
Oh yeah.
So I'm saying this is what had to have happened. It had to be some type of psyop agenda experiment, for it to grow to that amount. You get what I'm
Oh,
saying?
oh yeah. But 6,000 years is still a long time.
That is a
It's
long time, but it had to be some type of white supremacy backing that so they could do that, because if not, they would have just mixed with everybody else and it would have never happened. You get what I'm saying?
oh yeah. That's why white supremacy came around in the 1600s. That's why when the Moors and the Arabs gave them maps, drew them out maps, showed them how to construct boats, showed them the world. That's when they realized, oh, it's more of them than us. And it's easier when you travel back then. And that's the one thing like they forget. There were no borders. There was no white supremacy 6,000 years ago. There was none of that. People moved freely. Now, unless you went to an actual citadel or like some type of city, you could move around freely. There was nobody checking you, asking for no border papers or your passport. So they had the freedom to go amongst other people. And they've been studying other cultures for thousands of years. Because that's the best thing they do. Especially when they get around melanated people, they don't really talk and announce themselves. When they're the minority in the room, they get real quiet. They smile a lot and they watch. They watch your behavior. They watch how we greet each other, what our slangs are. I've watched that. That's why I used to always tell my people, black people, when I see a white person come in the room, we immediately get on code. We stop talking. We just look. Like, why are you here? Because they're not a monolith themselves. That's why they had all these peasant wars. That's why the Celtics could fight the Germanians. That's why they could go back and forth, which later became Germany. That's why the Romans referred to the Europeans as mongrels, savages. Same thing they say about black people. Same thing, because they didn't look at themselves as this blank whiteness. They delineated. No, he's Celtic. She's Irish.
Right. But fam, he said, wait, hold on. I got Monroe Harris say, fam isn't hitting your precise question. So, my precise question was this, right? How did they come? Like, how did it happen from the beginning? Like, for them to be able to hear, we seen the white man said that they mixed with some Neanderthals and they came, right? But my thing is like, how did they be able to, like, how did it happen? And then how were they able to segregate so they can populate and have this big race? Because I think it's the same thing with the Chinese. Like, how long have the Chinese people been here, or the Asian, the Mongoloid? Like
The
the same amount of
Mongoloids,
time? Yeah,
they've been there longer than them.
longer than the
Much
white.
longer. Yeah, much longer than them.
Oh, okay. So they
They got
came
some.
first. So they came first and then them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't know that.
But to answer, how did it get there? What was the beginning? And if you really do the history, with King James, that Christianity, that played a big part on uniting whiteness before white, as we know it, and as they say, white supremacy. They were united under the religion. That's why it was so important to go to those indigenous white people. Not really white, but the indigenous people. They had white skin, but to flip them from believing in Thor and the gods and all that, they looked at that as pagan. Because they knew once you get the mind, the body gonna follow. That's why they fought so hard against those religions.
Okay.
And they were For a long time, they fought against each other. For a long time. What they call those people, Vikings, all they did was sell white souls to the Arabs, to the Asians, to the Africans, and to the indigenous in America. I just learned this just a few months ago. It was a brother that put out a book called what was it called? The Viking Travels, where the Vikings ended up flipping to be Arabs. These were white people enslaving other white people, selling to other melanated people. But when Christianity really developed and formed by the English, and they went out to these indigenous places, flipping them to be Christianity, to be Christians, the last port was to flip melanated people. Wow. But first, you got to get your own. You cannot go out and say some white supremacy if we're all warring against each other. And that's where it started with religion, with King James, who was also a pagan, who also wrote, he wrote the Bible, and then he wrote the Book of Spells, a witchcraft book, which meant he didn't believe in it. So the hope, and that was not through just Christianity, but through the Catholic Church. They're the ones who originally orchestrated all of this whiteness and coming together, and you're a heathen, you're a savage. Kill off the indigenous population, mix in with the women, have these mixed culture babies, but make them primarily Christian and loyal to the crown, and repeat the process. That's why they was having them peasant wars back in the 1600s, right? Well, I mean, 1400s. 200 years later, white supremacy.
Yeah. So was King James was a white man, right?
Yeah, he's European.
European. Yep. European man. European. Man.
And the crown knew that. Like, that's why, and there is not, I thought everything was just black and white, but a lot of things are just layered. Where you keep digging and digging, it does come down to a small group of people. Then you got to throw in the Rothschilds.
Yeah.
Because these are different independent families that came together, not just the Rothschilds and the Kennedy, all these different people, these families, old families that still marry within family. They come together, they have their own think tanks, and these are in books. All of these are in books that they write. They basically tell you how they made white supremacy and the reclassification of people. All this took hundreds to thousands of years.
Yeah, look, somebody in the chat said King James was black. I heard he was black in Europe. I heard that he was black in Europe. He wasn't white. He was a black Moor. That's what I did hear that, fam. I heard he was black at the time black people was ruling or something like that. But I want y'all to call in. Hold on, Ricky's World. I got Unspoken Vibes. I want to give him his Unspoken. What's good, family?
Yo, what's good, fam?
I'm
just appreciating all the commentary you guys are giving. It's not much to touch on because you guys are pretty much covering everything. But
I want to know. I got the same question. I'm finna let Ricky's World come back on. I want to get his take on something. But I want to let, where did the white race come from in your opinion? Like, how was it? How did it be? How was it created?
That is a good question. I'm gonna be honest. I don't entirely know, but I know for a fact that they are a genetic mutation. That is factually proven. And just by some of the people in the comments and on the panel that I previously jumped on and been dropping knowledge, they probably, reasonably could have been created in a lab. I'm not going to lie. So it's like that. I'm not for sure, though, but, I know for a fact that they are a genetic mutation.
Bro, hold on. I gotta get it. We gotta get something in the chat real quick. If you believe they was created in a lab, I ain't gonna say a lab, but let's say what do they call that? Geo modified, bio modified, whatever. If you believe that,
Bioengineered.
bioengineered, if you believe that, I want y'all to put a 1 in the chat. They didn't come from us. Yeah, because a lot of people saying they came from black people. Two things can't be true at one time. But
I can believe that. But also like what's his name? Ricky?
Yeah, Ricky's World. Yeah, Ricky's World was saying that. He was saying that.
Sorry, what you saying?
I said he was saying that King James was white.
Yeah, he might have been. I know one of the European kings had a real big tie in like creating racism, like kind of to touch on what Ricky's World was talking about. Created the concept of race just to kind of provide moral grounds for the chattel slavery that we were subjected to over here. Because before us, you couldn't be born into slavery. That wasn't a thing over there in Europe. You would be like, if you were a slave, that was just you. Your kids, that was a different grounds. But over here, nah, you were born into slavery. Your kid is a slave. We'll sell off your kid. You'll be here. You can't get married. None of that. We were under a whole different type of slavery. And they kind of created that concept just to kind of justify how brutal and malicious they were being to us. Inhumane they were being to us. Because it's for some reason I think it's King James because of they have the King James Bible and then it's the New Testament, Old Testament. So there's like 3 different versions of the Bible, but like one of those original Bibles, whichever is the oldest, that's the one that they created or they really tied into the concept of race to justify chattel slavery.
So I got a question for you. Why won't they? Do they feel bad saying that they genetically modified? Because this has been a rumor that black people have been saying about, Caucasian people for a while. Do you feel like they feel, do they feel disrespected when we say they genetically modified? Do they take offense to that, or is it? How you think they feel about that?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they feel disrespected. I think it just challenges the narratives that they've been putting out into the globe. Like if they find out they're genetically modified, then it's just like, how are you the superior race type deal? Like, because a lot of their white supremacy talking points is like, oh, the purity of our race and such and such race or ethnicity is savages, as you guys have pointed out earlier, or they're illiterate, or they have low IQs, or they're barbaric. They don't know how to live in a civilized society. But then if you find out like, we actually taught you guys all this. Like you guys almost went extinct to a rat with a cough. Like I don't know if it gets any worse than that. The bubonic plague, you ain't never heard about anything like that in America or in Africa. So it's like one of those things. It just challenges the narratives that they put out of. But which kind of I don't know, in my opinion, it kind of taps into that whole, when Hitler was, spouting all that, we're the superior race, and then Jesse Owens went over there and he kind of dominated in his section of the Olympics. And Hitler was like, yeah, you did really well. And he said he got more recognition from Hitler over there than he did in his home country of America. So that just kind of, reflects the kind of treatment and unappreciation for all the contributions that we've given to this country historically.
Right. Now, I got another question. I want to ask you and Ricky's World is, if they was genetically modified, what was they genetically modified for? Because we see what they being used now. So shout out to Ray Rob. I'm saying that. But they said that I know I went over the story, the Yakubian story, where it's the story where they said that they was made, white people was made so that because black people was in control. So they kind of wanted to make this race of people to go after the people who was running it, that was running the world, for right now. So I want to get let me get Ricky's world. How you feel about that, Ricky, man? What you feel about people saying that they feel like they was created, modified to be in the position they in? How you feel about that?
Oh, I don't feel too much about it. I know that's what the NOIs, the Muslims feel like that.
Yeah, that's
And
their
then
rhetoric.
that kind of ties into the Bible story of
Mhm.
Esau and Jacob. I lean towards Dr. Fresh Cress Wilson, but they don't have a purpose. They
Right.
really don't. Like, look at where the earth is. And we play a part in it as humans, I guess, in their terminology, lower humans, as far as using the products to destroy the ozone. But look at the earth. They had just a little taste of technology and they literally destroyed it. That's their purpose. Destroy. They don't care. And that's what they come from. Even with what the brother said about Jesse Owens, even though he won, America wanted him to lose.
Mhm.
We shouldn't use logic when thinking like white people because it can be very confusing. It's very confusing even for white people. And I've seen it working with them in companies, working with them, and they know you do this, it's gonna collapse the company. They don't give a damn. They'll collapse the company and say, you collapse the company. So no, if they bioengineer by the environment and by mixing and the depigmentation through the environment causes their behavior. And that's their only purpose, to destroy.
Mm-hmm. Dang. All right, let me get unspoken vibes, man. That same question, I forgot the beginning part of the question, but the question was, what was they genetically modified for? If they was genetically modified, like what was in the person's head that was like, I'm finna create white people? You feel me?
Yeah, I might be more harsh than Ricky because I think they were just honestly, if they were, bioengineered, genetically modified, I think they were just simply bioengineered for looks. I'm gonna be honest.
Right.
White skin, blue eyes. That's it. I mean,
wow,
like
a breed, like a breed of human.
Yeah, because I mean, like anything else, like I mean, if you look at it objectively, like there's nothing that they provide outside of the rest of the human species, race, or ethnicities already. There's nothing unique to them in terms of contributions. Now they do conquer and colonialize a lot. I will give them that. So that is something unique to them, but I don't think that like if they were bioengineered, I don't think they had that intent.
Right. Back to the fallen seed. Wow. Ron, okay, Ricky's world back. Rhonda, you be knowing. Okay. Ricky, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So man, that's crazy getting all y'all opinions. So we everybody seemed like they understand it. Even the white guy said they were made from some type of modified process.
Wow.
That's crazy. I never heard like so many people come to the realization of this. I would have never thought like a lot of people agree, are saying this right now. This wasn't talked about 20 years ago. Let me see.
No. That's what the 3/5, when they put in that 3/5 of a human being, they were really projecting. That was them. The whole time. And all white people aren't the same. Like the older I'm getting, I'm realizing that you got your violent ones, you got your secret gaslighting, race baiting ones, they ain't on nothing. They're not violent at all. They try to pretend like they're extremely intelligent till you do till you look into their background and found out they dropped out of college and were failures, but were very successful in denigrating people. And then you got the ones like the Jeffrey Dahmers, the serial killers. And then you got the white people that are just, them be the ones that'll go out there and march, put their life, them was the ones back 400-500 years ago during slavery. When you saw them putting black people in trees, and then you saw two little vanilla ones on the side. Like they're not all a monolith. Like how we're not all a monolith. It's just they're the ones that a few of them that are in power pushing these buttons and knowing what's going to be they don't care. Right. That's why they don't care that they can have 500 million in the bank and a child is on the side of the street, cold and hungry.
That's cold. That's cold. That's cold.
I watch them. I really follow them and learn.
Mm-hmm.
And when they say stuff like right now, that biggest thing for the white males is, and there's a civil war with the whites, more white babies. Because if we don't continue to make pure Mayflower white babies, there won't really be any, in their minds, true Americans. So when that Iceman pewed and unalived that white woman, they were happy. They was like, he on cold. That's right. White power. Right. But then when someone did they digging, and let's see how much he is on cold. Let's see if he really on cold. Let's look at his wife. And they found little Lang. Oh, they were pissed. you ain't no real white supremacist. You ain't on cold. So the white men are mad at the white woman because the white woman, like, I ain't gotta do your nasty draws no more. I make as much money as you. Now they hearing what brothers was going through back in the 70s. Getting disrespected in your own house, in front of kids. And they don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to handle it other than picking up an AR and going crazy.
In family side, what they call that? Family side.
Family side. And grandpa got all the wealth. Grandpa got like 20,000 acres, 10 cars, son out there struggling. He ain't giving him nothing.
That's wild.
Like, you should see, man, you should do a live where you just white people in the car crying. These ain't old white people, these young, 20s and 30s, talking about, I don't know if I'm gonna eat the next day. But meanwhile, your family's taking vacations.
That's crazy. Let's see what metaphor say. Have y'all ever thought that they can't stand the sun smell like wet dog, age like milk and so on? That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, that too.
Man, right, that too. Let me get what unspoken say. Unspoken. I forget the question I just asked Ricky, but what the creation of white people, right? Do you feel that? I mean, I talked to you about the Yukub story where they saying some people saying Yukub was an alien. Real karma, but facts. But how you feel about the creation of the race? Give me some more, yo. You were spitting some real interest. And go ahead and give your take, unspoken.
Okay, Yakub. I know, yeah, we did speak on this, and I said I had to research him some more.
Right.
And I'm not gonna lie, I capped, I lied.
Good, fam.
I haven't got around to researching him yet, but I definitely will.
Well, how does the story sound, though? Did the story sound like it could be true? It's basically like it was a black scientist that was like, oh man, they don't like how, you know, the people who were running the planet at this time was running it. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to create another race to compete against those people and conquer them, you know? Does that sound like, you know, because I mean, the NOI pushes this real hard. Like this is this is the truth. Even though you didn't hear about it, and it's, it is a myth. Does it sound like it could be true?
Honestly speaking, objectively speaking, there's some feasibility to it.
Right.
Just because if you think of like historically speaking, like underclass serfs or slaves, if they wanted, a new class because they were unhappy with something, the ruling class at that time, there's definitely some feasibility that they would create a new class of people to kind of switch things up. And honestly, yeah, there's some feasibility to it. I'll have to research some more before I make my opinion, like a final
Right.
stance on whether I believe
That or not.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
but
hard to be able to get some evidence on that. This is probably gonna have to be a myth until we can prove. I doubt anybody gonna have some scientific evidence to prove that, but maybe so. I don't know.
yeah, well, I mean, I'll look into it, and
Right.
mostly for me, I'm gonna be looking up for like its historical records and stuff like that, and try to see if they line up, and be like, okay, there's no concrete, you can't really prove it happened, but you can't disprove it either.
Right.
So it's gonna be like one of those things. So I'll research it, and when's your next live?
What's today? Saturday? Oh yeah, I'm going live Sunday. So today I kind of did it 4 days in a row.
Bet I'm gonna research it definitely before your next live.
Tomorrow. Okay, for sure, man, for sure. Well, we're gonna get more on it. That was a good but I want to play, brother. The Bible is man-made because ancient Kemet easily debunks it. So does the Olmecs and Mayans. The Bible was created by Rome, but if we finna be for real, it was created by entities. It was a point of time when the Bible wasn't around, and it was still civilizations dominating it. I'm pretty sure they still had some kind of moral code too, or a moral book. What y'all think? I want to get your opinion on that, Ricky World, and I get unspoken. Before the Bible was created, let's say with the Olmecs and the Mayan tribe, do you feel like they still had a good book?
Yeah, they had their own spiritual practices and cultures.
Right.
Nothing was wrong. The only thing really that they can say is like the human sacrifices, which a lot of people did that because of being so, I hate to say this, believing in fantasy. And that's where you had the philosophers. Every culture has philosophers, spiritualists, and you also have your intelligent thinkers that always say, I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe we should look into the crops. Maybe, and then they shush them away and say, no, we're going to just sacrifice these virgins. So when you have that taken on for thousands of years, even now on the continent of Africa, they still doing it, sacrificing people. So when religion came into the equation, that goes back to the Nicene Council. And people who are Christians, Hebrew, Muslims, if that Nicene Council would have leaned the other way, all this Bible and Christian, it would have never existed. None of that would have ever existed. They would have been Mithrites. They were the ones who came and were discerning what's going to be the major religion for the world, not just our little kingdom, the world. Christianity predates Islam, predates it. Before the Arabs flipped to be Islamic because of Muhammad, they were practicing Christians. Because at that time, Christianity went throughout the world, unallowed the major population. If force was necessary, they tried the quote unquote diplomatic route, sending in missionaries. Hence, missionaries, the mission. What's the mission? Flip them so we can go and exploit their resources. That's all religion has always been about. And yes, the poverty-stricken people, the ignorant, the uninformed, and the uneducated believed in it. They really believed that we believe in this book, we're going to get 7 virgins. If we believe in this book, We're going to die and get resurrected. Believed in it. But reality show you different. Look at them countries where religion dominates. They're third world. They really believe that we pray hard enough, God is going to send a way. He's going to make a way. Our ancestors believed in that too. And that's why they were enslaved for such a long time until others looked around and saw this ain't going to ever stop until we put belt to ass. This ain't going to ever stop. When they say, let's burn down these plantations. And individual, who they send out? The preacher. Go talk to your people. And they look and they heard them Bible verses. They said, "Now fuck that," and killed him. I'm sorry, unalived him, burned the plantation, and then went on their merry way. All of a sudden, the violence stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. The religion. If people want to practice religion, I don't care. You do what you want to do. It's the forcing of it. It's the no. This is the only way. No.
Mm-hmm.
There's many ways, and our ancestors, all of them. That's why they were so susceptible to listening to religious people, Christians, Muslims. They didn't just outright kill them and sacrifice them to the gods. They listened. And then they flipped, and they lost their culture, and they became Christians and lost their land. And that's what happens. It's funny that white people are the most Christian people. They will put that forefront and do the most evil. Arabs are the most Muslim. Arab are the most, how I say, Muslim. They're the so-called progenitors of Islam. Yet they enslaved the most black people and brown people and white people and yellow people. These people. And that's why I say for religion, practice your religion. If it make you better, then do that. But at some point in time, you grow up. You're in your 40s and 50s, you know right from wrong. You know what's right and wrong. You know that this is going to keep my people enslaved, yet you keep doing it. So to take a religion, a book, a piece of paper, and say this is the word of God. If the word of God is so powerful, if God is all of this, he's this, and you're seeing all this violence, at what point was it babies? He helped the quote unquote Israelites enslaved by the Egyptians. He helped these people that we read about. But in reality, no sky's cracking. Right. We don't hear a voice saying enough is enough. It just keep going until we look around and say, okay, enough is enough. And then it stops.
His story, exactly, the history book. Yeah, man, they're agreeing with you. They agreeing with you in the chat. Man,
but I'm not against people and their religion. I'm not against people and your religion. Is the extremist. It'd be the one that say, let's go and honk a bomb to us and go down to a church. And try to lure it. Oh, sorry.
Let's look at it like this. Are these people out here protesting, these YTs, are they, what religion would you think that they belong to?
Christianity. What have Christianity told us throughout the centuries? Look, that Vietnam War was over Christianity. They looked at that way, we ain't believing in that shit. And what did the Roman Catholic Church say? We'll take your shit then. And what happened? They resisted. We didn't win that war. So in resistance to that, and they kept their ideologies, their beliefs, their cultures. North Korea is looked as one of the most powerful nations, and they're not Christian. They're not Muslim. But Southern South Korea they're a mixture of Christian and Muslims. Yet they depend on the most U.S. aid.
Dang.
Like, it's just common sense.
Right. I like what you said. You was like, you can believe whatever you want to believe, just don't push it on people. But let's look at it like this. That we know what we know now, right? Let's say we get our stuff together and, foundational Americans, we get our stuff, and wouldn't, for us to gatekeep our culture, we have to that's how it's worked with cultures. We would have to use the same practices that our ancestors were having, gatekeep that, so we would all be on one accord. What would you say, or would you say it would be possible to let one of us go into a whole nother religion? Like, I don't think that should be. I think your lineage should have your own spiritual beliefs. What you think?
Exactly what you just said. How the hell I'm gonna tell you as an indigenous person I'm gonna believe in a pie-faced white Jesus? What connection does that have to us other than to push up white supremacy? And that's what we forget. Like your child, you got children, water God. Your children, when she said, Dad, what or your son, like, where do we come from? What do we believe? You're going to tell them what you know.
Right.
And if you show an Arab, a white Arab looking man, and say, yeah, that's our God. He don't look like you. He don't look like him, like the mama. He don't look like nobody. And then you try to, okay, we're gonna update, we're gonna make them caramel. It still doesn't do the damage of the brain. Right. It's still locked in. They still believe in. That's why even in the Bible, when people in the Bible, a lot of Christians, they like to cherry pick verses. They don't really study it. Because if they really studied it, they'll say this don't make no sense. But you cherry pick what you want to believe. No, really, really follow that book. Really follow it. And if you really follow it, you'll be like Nigeria. Praying to the sky, doing 7-hour fast, praying, bowing.
Man, that's crazy. But I mean, we gotta have these kind of talks, you know. We got family members that we talk like this. They'll be like, man, you need to get baptized. But I'm with it. I'm all for it. I was just speaking how we need exclusivity on everything. We shouldn't have the same thing as nobody else because we're not the same as anybody else as a lineage. So there shouldn't be no conflating in beliefs. You get what I'm saying?
Like the ancient world. They all had their own tribal practices. They might have looked similar. Their gods and deities look like the people. In India, the ancient Indian gods look like Indians. And Kemet, Africa, Kubulan, them gods look like the people. There were no pale faces until pale face people came. Egypt then become Kemet, then become Egypt until Arabs entered into Kemet. And they did just like in America. They immigrated. They didn't harm them. They allowed them to work their way into position, get into high official position, and then turn their country into a shithole. And then what happened? The Kemites rebelled, about to slaughter them all. Who stepped in and say, don't do that? Who? Because there's always a nigga that's going to step in out of nowhere and say, don't do it. The elders. It was the elders who are Arabized sympathists. And what happened? They grew in population. They grew in numbers. More immigrants came in. They slaughtered the native populace. They mixed in. They erased their culture and said, we were always here. We're the Egyptians. But then when you go into the tombs, when you go on all these excavations, and these some really dark faces. These some really fat noses. You don't look like y'all.
Right.
So that's what it always ends up to. Immigrate, that's what they all do. They all come in humble. White people came in humble. We're just hungry. We just want to take some supplies back to Europe. They all come in like that. And before you know, like, damn, 3-4 boats? Where all these people come from? The next thing you know, you fighting, you in an open war. And your brethren, they telling you, no, man, just forgive them. Man, see, they gave me this book. And you see, I've been studying, and we all won. And before you know it, you're on a plantation looking crazy. That's how it ends. It always ends that way. It never ends with the happy story.
Right. It ain't gonna never end, man, with the happy story. But let me get unspoken vibes. Let me get what he say. Unspoken, man. Do you agree with that? Do you believe that lineage-based culture, I mean, I ain't gonna say culture, lineage-based religion, would you think that that's the best way to go, or do you feel like any religion, any lineage could join any religion? How you feel about that?
No, I definitely agree with both of what both of you guys are saying. Lineage-based religion makes the most sense because when you have a religion that's not based on your lineage that's imposed on you, you open the door to manipulation in multiple different forms or fashions. Like we've already seen historically how they've weaponized Christianity in multiple different forms to kind of enslave people or justify enslaving people or the inhumane treatment of them or the taking of lands or whatever. You know, how many times have you heard, "Oh, this is my God-given right" type stuff when they go off on their tangents? So I mean, lineage-based religion is probably the best, to be honest, because if you practice a religion that doesn't come from your lineage, and like Ricky's World was saying, historically speaking, whenever you have gods of your own lineage for your religion, they always look like you. And you go tell me that God is now someone from halfway
Right.
across the world. Like, oh, hold up, I'm praying to this man. Like, I ain't never seen this man.
Right.
This man don't do nothing but bring harm to my community type deal. But so yeah, I definitely agree with you guys on that. I mean, it just makes sense logically, to be honest.
Right, right. I got one more for you though, unspoken. Why is it such a pushback? Like if we go to the elders right now and you tell them, no, I'm not a Christian, why do they give you so much pushback and they feel some type of way about it?
I think because they lived through a different time. So like a lot of the elders in their time and age growing up, you know, religious meetings or the church was the place to go to kind of coordinate and or strategize to kind of protest and get what you need. And then, you know, we've seen over time, and even in present day, like the people that, you know, were leading the church have kind of sold out. Like they're not on that same wave anymore. They're not trying to do the best by the FBA community. So now we just kind of like, all right, we see what it is. You know, we're going in a different direction. Like, we're not just going to let you, you know, say you all about the FBA community, and then you get up there, you get into a position of power where you can make some change or kind of represents our needs and our wants, and then you don't do anything. So it's just like, yeah, no, we're done with that. Like, and for the good elders that are part of that, you know, that group or community or hold that stance, you know, it's not against y'all personally. It's because we've recognized that the leadership in those spaces have not done right by us, and you know, we're just stepping back. Not against you guys personally.
Mm-hmm. Dang.
Hey, Word of God.
Yeah.
I forgot I wanted to add two little quick things. I ain't gonna be long-winded if I can.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Like most people say they believe in Yeshua, Jesus, Yahya. You see all that, you switching the name 3, 4, 5 different times. That's a red flag for me. You say Ricky's World, I say yes. You ain't had to say, Adi Head, oh yeah, world upon world. His name is also one name. And on top of that, most people who believe in that, the prophet that they say, the savior and all that, they wouldn't want their children marrying no man like that. They would not want their daughters to marry a bum. Because that's what I did. Because we got prophets out there to this day that don't work, only study, and that's it. They'll say, get away from that bum ass nigga. What he bring to the table? Instantly. He ain't got no car, he ain't got no house. His mama, he don't abandon his mama, his siblings to go do what? Oh, to go out there and teach. But yet you believe that this individual was the savior, but yet his behavior, his characteristics as a man, you would say, don't grow up and be like a grow up and be like a man like him. I don't want my daughter. List all the what Jesus was. No parent want their child marrying a person like that, even though he can quote unquote save your soul, give you eternal life in the afterlife, which makes no sense. You're gonna be eternal because you're just spirit, your energy. That's one thing.
Right.
And then two, all the dirt. We know family that do a whole bunch of dirt and they religion out. They will tell you, oh, you eating pork? You're not supposed to be eating that. Muslims. Whole time sleeping with other women on the side and they're married. Got side pieces. Well, Allah got to work on me on that. He got to work on me on that. But then judge other people that don't know his dirt or her dirt.
Right.
That's the only two things I got against religion. The hypocrisy and the inability to be better.
Book of Proverbs, a man don't work, he don't eat. For real, for real. Okay, look, I'm gonna play this little how people been feeling about the skit. It's only 4 minutes, man, and we're gonna get back to it. Let's get it. No.
Giving his life savings up. Apostle Richie says.
Jesus, you are, Jesus, you are, Jesus, you are. Still praise the Lord.
What can I say? The church, we deserve that rebuke. We can say he's playing with God and everything. The challenge is we've given him the fodder for that. And although 0.1% of churches are mega churches, you know, that's how most people view the church. And that's why the thing is going over 3 million likes. It's got 32.4 million views. And of course, we know that that's not the church. These churches that are out here, the Bible talks about God taking their lampstands based on Revelation chapter 2, verse 1 through 7. But listen to what this verse says in 2 Peter 2. It says, they seduce unstable people and have hearts trained in greed. Lord, I'm praying that God would give us the grace to accept this rebuke. And I believe that it's a rebuke. I don't know what's going to happen to Drusky. I don't know where he is spiritually, but I do know that 0.1% of the churches, less than 0.1% of churches are mega churches, and bringing that kind of money and have those type of shenanigans going on. But it's enough going viral that it has become the caricature of the church. And so my prayer is that we would take a hold of this and be godly reflectors of this. Let's pray. Father, I just pray.
I got a question, right? He referenced a verse. And my thing is, right, let's say you know all of the verses well. You know, it's some that I know that are the verses, right? When you know all of the verses and you know the Bible well, are you able to then fix the world, what's going on? Or do you just know the information? Like, let's say all of the information in the Bible is correct. You got it. You got all of the information. What does that empower you to do that's better for the world, like for everybody to see? I want somebody to answer this for me in the chat, or anybody that's on. If you know everything and you got all of the information, you know what I'm saying, of what the codes of everything is, right? How does that apply to liberating the people? Just a question. Go ahead, Ricky. Well, let me.
No, it doesn't. People been practicing it for 6,000 years and that shit don't work. They can quote that. That's why they love verses. Because when you keep reading it for context, some certain sentences or verses contradict each other. I used to be a Hebrew Israelite for 15 years. We studied that book cover to cover. I had to learn Hebrew. And that's why I got it when they say, oh no, that's ain't the official language. This is the real ancient language. Like, I get some things are the truth as we know now. But when you start putting stuff in concrete and then backtracking, that's when it looks like you're having an identity crisis or you're unsure. But to this guy right here on the screen that we're looking at, what you praying for? Your God is omnipotent, so he saw and see everything you saw. What are you praying for? We are limited beings with limited power. We can't even use the abilities we had 6,000, 7,000 years ago. Shit, 100 years ago. We can't even use those abilities.
Right.
So you trying to ask an unknown being that's supposed to know everything that he's taking your name in vain. First of all, Jesus said, Yeshua said that my father should no longer dwell in temples made by hand. And then y'all made temples made by hand. So that basically saying you full of shit, Jesus. That's what you're saying without saying it. That's one. Two, all of this is entertainment. It's all for our entertainment. Even the religion. Like you can like what you can see it. We used to see crackheads out there praying. So hot. Please rain, please. Why don't you just go in the store with the 50 cents you got in your pocket and go get some water? What are you begging and crying for? Like that stuff, that's a real mental disorder. Really, it is. And it's escapism.
Now, I do believe some stuff in the Bible is true, but I'm saying if we knew all of that, anybody that knows the Bible well, we still gotta wait for the time to come still. Like even if you know it, they always tell us about the time where like somebody in the chat said the land is gonna be returned to us. It's like we still have to wait. We don't get the information and can, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Wait for the answer. Some of the things in the book has some reality. There's some reality baseness in it.
Right.
Waiting for signs and all that.
Right.
Like, and that's what be tripping all of us up. You just gotta wait. And what's the sign? A flare? Is it a flare? Is it a firecracker? Gunshot? A whisper in my ear? A wind? Cold wind? What am I waiting for? No, you just gotta wait. And that has gotten. What has waiting gotten a person that's unemployed?
Right.
Do your bills care?
Right.
Do your bills gonna say, just wait on the Lord, wait on Yahweh, wait on Allah? No, you gotta put it's like you say, Word of God. You gotta put, as the elders would say, eat the meat, spit out the bones. Things that apply, like the brother said, don't work, don't eat. That's common sense.
Yeah, it ain't cause you can't pray and tell God to pay them bills. You know what I mean? It don't happen like that.
And Drewski got a bag out of that. Not from just a church, but the video.
Yeah.
That like we talking about it right now.
Right.
And that's crazy.
Yeah.
That we still here. 2026, we still here.
Yeah, we still here, man. We still here, man. And look, I try to touch on this religion, man. I am a believer of the Most High, and I feel like we all should have lineage-based religion. I feel like that's the only way, in my opinion. You know, I don't feel like, just like I feel like with hospitals, it shouldn't be an Indian man telling me about, my body. It should be somebody that got experience with dealing with the lineage, everything, politics. I don't want a governor or anybody and they not from my lineage. I just think it'll be more, I'll trust them more.
And that's something that we gotta, all of us that are indigenous, gotta do. Like we really gotta go back in them crates and really gotta get a lot of information from them, as they say, pretendians that's housing the information. They don't really, those are our ancestors. Those are our gods. Or God, or Most High. Like we would have to cultivate it, and because that's how all cultures Nothing just came out and say, hey, here's the knowledge. I'm gonna put it in your brain. It was through centuries of refinement
Oh yeah.
until they got to where they, okay, this is our belief. This is our culture.
Mm-hmm.
And you can be what you are, what a guy, a Muslim can be, whatever they're gonna be. You just gotta make it indigenous some way. Get
Mm-hmm.
craft it in and stand on it.
Yeah. That's it.
Because you're looking crazy when if you believe in the same religion as a white Christian and they putting you in a tree.
Yeah, that is wild. I'm with you on that, fam. It is a little bit of wild. That's why I feel like we got to delineate. This is part of delineation. You can't delineate without that. You got to delineate to your own religion beliefs that fit for your people. Maybe I'm bugging, man. If I'm bugging, man, y'all let me know.
And that's how you keep all outsiders out.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how you do it. If y'all are like the Hebrew Israelites, they really don't mess with them Jews. They don't. A lot of them don't, and some of them are fractured. But some of them have engraft some of the indigenous teachings into their Hebrew religion. And it kind of contradicts itself because the God of the Jews is the God of the Jews. That's their story. The God of the Israelites over East is the God of the Israelites over East. It has their origin story, where they started, how did they get into the conditions they ran into, virtually by being immigrants, and where they are to this day. So it's just upon Black people to do the same thing.
Facts, Ricky, man, I appreciate you, Ricky. Hold on, I'm finna get with Unspoken Vibes. I want to get what he feel about that. Unspoken, man, how you feel about this, man? Give me your opinion about this talk, man. This Bible talk. Hey, listen, I don't really like to always trying to jump out on people religion. I just want to be on accord with my people. You know, I try not to touch this, but go ahead, Unspoken.
Yeah, no, that's facts. That's facts. For anybody in the chat or that's listening to the replay, we give, we support everybody forever, whatever religious ideologies that they want to believe. We just, or me specifically, I just have I'm of the opinion that I think lineage based religion makes more sense because as Ricky's World has touched on, and you have also touched on Water God. If you're practicing a religion that didn't originate with your lineage, it leaves you open to getting really manipulated by the teachings and what they say is gospel. And historically, we've already seen it. There's multiple different versions that each different lineage or ethnicity or group creates to kind of put their group in a certain light. So you have the Europeans, what they did, and then Arabians are also European, but you have white Europeans, and then you have the Arabians, what they do with theirs, and then you have also the Catholic mix over there in Europe. So and then you know how America, how they started to or the reason for them wanting to journey to America was religious freedom because they ain't agree with everything that all the other groups put for. So it's just like, yeah, lineage based religion seems logically the most just
Right.
makes no
If we
sense.
can get somebody off right, I think it'll be hard for some of our people to get onto that because they're gonna be like, no, this is it right here. You get what I mean? So
Yeah, and I'll give them some grace because they good. I'll give them a benefit of the doubt. I'll say they're coming from a good space. They're just trying to be a good religious. I was about to say Christian, but I know there's other religions out there besides Christianity. I'll say they'll practicing member of their religion. I'll give them a benefit of the doubt with that. But it's just like logically speaking, you can't fault us either. So
yeah, you can't. Salute, man. Salute to Tania, man. She said 2 white people in 2 weeks. That's none of my business. All right, y'all. We finna get off this. We finna get off this. The religious topic. I want to touch on our last topic of the day is Kwame Brown exposing the Uncle Ruckuses. He put, we need to defy our ancestors and create our own origin mill. Yeah, the true Jews are the Israelites. We are the true Jews of the Bible, and the Jewish people are not. It's a lot of, biblical, religious things that's going on. Crimes, they say, that's messed up when they have God human traits like jealousy, hate, and love. Yeah, y'all, we'll go on and on with that spiritually. But let's see what Kwame Brown, man, exposing the white supremacist puppets. Let's get.
All right, shout out to the lead attorney. Thanks to the lead attorney. I'm not going to be showing of anything about this man's wife that's not already on the internet, because I got some pictures. Oh, I do got a picture I am going to show that he posted. A little short, little tater-tot. But we got a portion of this live that's going to be very respectful. And then, because of guidelines on certain channels, we're going to end live certain places. And then we're going to get increasingly, we're going to match the energy that I got. Anton's not a tough guy. He's not a street cat. He don't want to go to jail. So this should be fun. The young man was very disrespectful to me. Very immature to be a husband and a wife. A husband and a father.
Shout out to Head. I was gonna touch on that. Let's talk about the Antoine Daniels in our community. Okay, like we gotta speak on these guys that are against reparations, and they don't have the ideology of being in America. They don't have that ideology. They have more of a white supremacist ideology. If we're using biblical logic, FBA can't be Jews. We occupy the space of Samaritans and see how they were received. God should never have human traits. Let me let them go.
Because the young man heard nothing.
Because think about this. Antoine Daniels, he called himself a Christian before he called himself his lineage. Rather, whatever you want to say. If you want to say you melanated, if you want to say you Cherokee, Choctaw, Blackfoot, whatever tribe. This is a black man, Antoine Daniels, that's going to say, I'm a Christian first. I want to get y'all take on that in the comments. He put himself as a Christian
I
first.
said prior to him jumping out the window. And so we're going to illustrate that. But before we do that, what we're going to do, the portion of YouTube that I'm going to do over here will be pertaining to, not that.
Meaning I'm a coon first. Shout out to TYB.
Oh, Anton. This is on LTTB. I'm going to try to play this under fair use. Hopefully he don't flag me. I think he has something to say about me
Lineage
in the past.
first.
I don't care.
Big
Good
fact.
guy who.
I agree.
Nor do I think he does. So, but I'm going to speed it up, play it under fair use. I think it was a good display of how money changed you. I think it's a good display of how money changes a person. And if this ain't a clear cut, somebody was humble and respectful and started off with good intentions. But just like old Charlie boy, when you get the money, sometimes it go to these people's head. Sometimes they lead with money and disrespect instead of leading with respect. He's from a place like Detroit where they lead with respect. For the most part, obviously he's not one of those dudes that do that. But this is not to joke on someone's looks this go around while we're on YouTube. This is not to talk about anyone's appearance, period. This is about showing that
business.
this young gentleman is a hypocrite.
Texas in the building.
And I liked him better when he was broke. I liked him better when he was broke and was hanging on to that hairline and looking like Rick Ross.
My focus is not ever really completely on money. And I'm not telling you not to be successful. Be successful in everything you do. What I'm saying is be happy. You know,
Dang,
his focus is.
He sounded a little fruity right there. I don't mean to. Let me let it go. Let me stop, bro.
Not on money. Be happy.
to beat you. People always comparing themselves or trying to be something that they're not. Or
you will never catch me. You will never be better than me. And I'm going to make sure of it because
the money is going to come with it. I promise. The success. It's just important to have that work-life balance.
Dang. That's crazy. B1 Business in the building. Can you separate religion from lineage? I think we have to. I think we're going to have to rep our lineage first, you know, seeing what we have to overcome and seeing the battles and the wars that we have to deal with. We have to be lineage first because that's the only way that's going to get us out of our situation, in my opinion.
I agree with that, especially when they use
don't
Christianity.
We sound more humble to y'all on that situation?
My bad. Go ahead.
Nah, I was just gonna touch on what you said. I definitely agree with that, especially when they weaponize Christianity to justify chattel slavery in America. So,
yeah. But if you're gonna be a person, I'm gonna let you go, Ricky. If you're gonna be a person and you're gonna say, "Hey, I ain't even acknowledging my lineage. I'm just gonna acknowledge this," it's like that's weird. That's off. It's kind of suspect. But go ahead, Ricky. Let me see what you say about it.
Oh, shoot, did the Arabs are enslaving black Muslims right now on the continent. It's part of their religion. Yeah, Arabs are enslaving black Muslims in their country. They can separate it quite easily. When Nigerians and Sudanese people go to these Arabized countries, they don't treat them like we're all Muslim. They put them in a caste system. You're too dark. They know how to separate religion from reality. Because at the end of the day, you're still a black man. And if you get in power, I know you're going to oppress us like we did y'all in y'all homeland. Everybody does it but the melanated man. Everybody. Because it's reality. What you believe in your own personal feelings, you keep that at home. That's how they used to always do it. That's how they could justify the slaughtering of people. Even though your beliefs tell you opposite. Man has always found a way to justify evil. Even in our ancient days, at the end of the day, y'all still sacrifice, some of my ancestors still sacrificed children to feed the crops.
Right. So somebody in the chat put calling the people cockroaches. Really? In my title, I put widespread protesters spreading like cockroaches. You ever had roaches and as soon as when you kill one or two of them, you see a whole bunch of them just come out?
Oh, yeah.
That was a joke. I'm messing with the guy, but you know what I mean?
And that's what they say is a truth to every joke.
Yeah.
It's funny, but you gotta do it.
Right. That what got him pissed, man. That what got him pissed, man. He took my due out and my part of elites. Man, I'm making listen. You need to watch the channel when you'll understand. Let me let these guys go. Shauna laughed at that. I thought that was funny saying it's spreading like cockroaches, man. You know, I just
He ain't from the
Don't
culture.
sound more humble to you guys. And shout out to Bus Life News and Reviews. I got that channel back. I don't know how it took 3 months or almost 3 months for the channel to come back. But shout out to Bus Life News and Reviews. I don't know who's watching over there on that channel, but that channel is back. So again, who's ever watching, shout out to you. We on all platforms, baby. We on YouTube twice. I need to come off that one.
now, buddy in the chat, Caucasian dude in the chat, he want us to support these white on white crime movement. Bro, when we wasn't supporting that European crime on crime back in the days, why would we want to support that now, man? Why would we want to get on one side? Y'all gonna have to just, go out there and eliminate each other, man. I would say it's truth to every joke. I think jokes make core beliefs more digestible. Only way to get rid of Trump. Man, will y'all spin that block and get rid of him, man? Why y'all need us? That's what I want to ask homie. Like, y'all can't handle that? Make it plain, brother. Who you talking about, Shauna? Funny metaphors got him tight. That's what I'm saying. Like, the metaphor don't got you tight rather than you beefing with these people, man. Man, Renee got in a Newport and it's okay. She's good now. Let me let him go. Let me let him go, y'all, with Antoine.
We on YouTube twice. We on Twitch. We on Patreon.
Make it plain, brother. Shout out to Brad.
And the more they flag me, I'm telling you, the more y'all flag me, you ain't gonna do nothing but grow the Patreon back. I got almost 900 Patreon members, the same people that was there the last time, but some people are just not paying because obviously they shouldn't pay. I wasn't going live.
Salute to y'all. I'm gonna get to this, but Empty Man put, yo, peace and blessings. I notice when people notice you're of a darker skin tone, they won't subscribe to you. And I've been trying. Yo, peace and blessings. I notice when people notice you of a, why you feel like that? Why you feel like they feel like if I'm darker, they won't subscribe to the channel? I'm just speaking the truth from my lineage, If they offended by what I'm saying by speaking, because I'm really speaking to my people, to be honest, anyway. Drop the like and sub. Salute. But I can understand, man. I don't know. Like, I speak about certain topics that they may not. But it's white people that come on this channel and watch, but they don't agree with everything, but they find it entertaining. But I guess that's how they are. Like this one here. Loken at this person here. And they come in and they be so shocked at what we be saying and how we be feeling it. Has to have your ear for you to hear him. So that is a relative. Let me let them go. They going in though. Let me let them rock.
Now we're gonna be hitting you with them Patreon. But I want y'all to keep listening to the difference between this man when he didn't have money and this man now that he has money. And they say money is the root of all evil. It's not true. The love of money is the root of all evil. And what it looks like to me is giving off the appearance that he fell in love with money over his wife, over God, and over everything that was around him circumstance. That's all he talk about is money. That is all he talk about is money. We're not going to allow you to bring Anton's daughter in the chat and say, don't talk about my daddy, you're banned. Please, people that take other people's pictures, especially if it's a minor, ban them out of the chat. They know things like that can get you clapped. So if they put Anton's wife or daughter's picture in my chat, ban them out my chat, please. But this young man is running around masquerading as an intelligent man. And he was walking around before he tried to scale his platform up, making a lot of money, was able to move freely how you want. A smart man would continue that success. Salute to you, Odom Speak. A smart man would continue that success. And they would not create waves that increase your profile, make you some money, but destroy your family. And I think Anton's been capping on this internet this whole time, and you're going to see it.
I'm broke. Don't. Listen. Y'all picked the wrong one this year. I'm gonna show you just how broke I am. Hey, my focus is not ever really completely on money. And I'm not telling you not to be successful. Be successful in everything you do. What I'm saying is be happy. You know, focus on what fulfills you as a purpose. Because if you go through life and you never really do what you were meant to do, but you made a lot of money doing it, then what have you really accomplished? If you see people that continue to tell you that money don't mean nothing or money don't make you happy, just to beat you. People always comparing themselves or trying to be something that they're not. Or you will never catch me. You will never be better than me. And I'm going to make sure of it because money is going to come with it. I promise, the success. And, you know, it's all relative. Don't focus on, you know, what somebody else is doing or what.
He sound like a bandit. He sound like a boule bandit, to be real, y'all. And just the fact, to me, this is weird. From this guy to this guy is like, that's weird, bro. Let me let him go.
Somebody else has. Don't compare yourself. One of the things that I see a lot in social media is people always comparing themselves or trying to be something that they're not. Or I'm willing to work 25 hours a day, 7 days a week, just trying to be something that they're not. Don't compare yourself. One of the things don't focus on and come with it. Never catch me. You will never be better than me. And I'm going to make sure of it because the money is going to come with it. I promise, the success. And, you know, it's all relative. Don't focus on, you know, what somebody else is doing or what somebody else has. Don't compare yourself. One of the things that I see a lot in social media is people always comparing themselves or trying to be something that they're not. Or I'm willing to work 25 hours a day, 7 days a week, just to beat you.
Beat us at what? I'm going to, here's what I'm going to do, people. Shout out to my people on Patreon. What happened to Anton? Salute to you, beautiful one. Sino, Tasha, Robert, Roberto, King Mills, Don the Dust. Who else? Sino.
Friedman to the.
Well,
let me speed this up on the home.
That's about it. I'll go back over there. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go over this video probably twice. This is the PG-13 version of the video. I'm going to give a little more of my commentary when we end the YouTube side of things. So if you don't have my Twitch and you don't have my Patreon, you should get it.
Who Lotus?
Because Patreon, I don't know how long I'm gonna be on Twitch, but Patreon, we really got to have a conversation with this young man.
Who Lotus TV?
We really do.
It's just important to have that work-life balance in social media. Is people always comparing themselves or trying to be something that they're not. Or I'm willing to work 25 hours a day, 7 days a week, just to beat you. It's just important to have that work-life balance.
Do not respond the way that other people anticipate you responding. You can anticipate how they will respond, but you never move how they move. Ever. Ever. These niggas in real life is frauds. Nigga, who Corey done beat up? Corey would have got the shit beat out of me. I would have beat the shit out of Corey. And I'm not, listen, I'm telling you, it is what it is.
Man, shut up, bruh.
Listen, we gotta get out of our emotions and focus more on making logical
This man
decisions.
damn near 100 pounds heavier than
Stop trying to crash out and throw everything under the bus.
Asking for prayers is filthy work. After talking about you gonna beat him up, he's a snitch, he'll probably backdoor you, all the things that you were saying.
Bro, I would have put my money on Corey. Listen to how Antoine sounded in that first video. He sounded just like he looked it like just non-threat. He would never be a threat to nobody, how he was talking before he done got the big beard and all that. I don't even think he got that aggression. You know what I'm saying?
About Corey. Now you're the victim asking for prayer. It is filthy, man. It is absolute filthy work.
Players in the chat tonight.
Start to look at him a little bit crooked because it's a bold-faced lie. And
salute to everybody, man, but salute to the ones who've been holding it down, man, since, they had shadow banned me and was still coming through, man. I appreciate y'all for real, but everybody who knew and tapped in, appreciate y'all as well, but salute to the original.
It's an excuse as to why they can't be whatever it is that they want to be. Personally, I want to build a legacy. I can't do that if I'm 100% focused on money.
Fruit Loop. There you go, Racehead. That's what it sounds like.
Wait a minute. Is this the same person or is this an AI video? This can't be the same damn person. Hold on, let me hear that one more time. I had to look around. This can't be the same person.
They want to be. Personally, I want to build a legacy. I can't do that if I'm 100% focused on money. Now, money don't mean anything. It's a means to take care of the things that you need to take care of, and it's not the measure by which I want to be evaluated in my lifetime. I want to be. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is it's just important to have that work-life balance. It's just important to have that work-life balance.
It's important to have that work-life balance. And now you're willing to work 25 hours when it's only 24 hours in a day just to beat another person that you don't care about what they think or say. But you're going to neglect your family to work 25 hours to beat a stranger. I'll give more of my commentary when I end the other live. Interesting.
I'm willing to work.
Killing that boy right now.
However, some serious questions people have. The first thing is that you're using sign language to people who have valid questions. Bragging about who has a larger stack is childish.
Wait. What was the question?
Bragging about who has a larger stack is childish. You're not answering with logic. You're using childish rhetoric against people who have questions about your so-called rise to success. Can you pull up his LinkedIn profile? And then, Anton, you say W2 is greater than your business success, and that's how you got your multi-millions. Yet you use the latter to boast about yourself as an authority figure on the internet. So it seems to be contradicting when you said a W2 was the primary vehicle to how you have your multi-millions. But yet, on the internet, you talk primarily about your past successful business experience when you're selling yourself out
Things
there.
to be true at the same time.
Yeah, so can we pull your LinkedIn profile? The certificates that you shown earlier in the video, those are community college. So you didn't get a degree till 2016. And I find it hard to say that you had significant W2 success in order to make yourself a multi-millionaire.
How haven't I?
And some of your income is actually public information because you used to work for a public university.
Correct.
So knowing the salary or your income is actually public information because you used to work for you didn't get a degree till 2016. And I find it hard to say that you had significant W2 success in order to make yourself a multi-millionaire.
How haven't I?
And some of your income is actually public information because you used to work for a public university.
Correct.
So knowing the salary that I know, that I've seen, I'm not sure how that's translating to multi-million investment.
$40,000 a year at that university.
Okay, so so it's a couple claims.
Boy, he sounds totally different when he's being confronted.
You can't fool us, bro. We done been serving teachers and all kind of people working, and they telling us how much they made. You ain't no teacher at no university ain't no coming up multi-millionaire. Let me let him know.
By those white guys You know, he likes to fancy himself as an educated man. That's going to bring other educated people into your space. And when they come into his space and they ask him questions, it don't seem to match up. How not? How so?
Salute to Roscoe, man, for shooting for the $20 cash app, man. I appreciate y'all for holding me down, man. For real, y'all make it where I keep pushing, man. I appreciate my support. I love y'all.
What are you talking about? When he around us dusties, when he around us nappy, because I'm dusty right now. I'm dusty right now. Yeah, I'm dusty right fucking now. I'm real dusty, so you right. But when he around us dusties, because he called the whole chat dusty. When he around us dusties, you know, he talk with so much bravado. He just know everything. He interrupt you. You can't even talk. But he real docile around this dude right here. That's why you got to get these dudes into spaces that's
go love, family.
Outside of what they like to come over and try to pretend to be. You got to get them around those people that can research everything they say. You got to get them around these people that ain't going to get on these edibles. Let me try one of these edibles. Let me see. Did he take a black pill? Why he look darker now? I don't know. I don't know, bro. Let me try one of these. Nah, can't try it on camera. Hold on, let me block off my camera. I don't want somebody to say they teaching people to do drugs. I'm not about to do no drugs.
Man, stay on Antoine Top. You was getting at something, Kwame. What you doing? Why he ain't staying on his head top?
Back. I'm back. Yeah.
He's an adherence, baby.
Click here to join the Patreon. Yeah, y'all need to hurry up. Some of y'all already have my Patreon. You just canceled your membership because, of course, I understand I wasn't going live. I couldn't do nothing. But now I can do so. So let's get it. Oh, let me leave that.
Yeah, y'all gonna start going live on the Patreon to my Patreon people. And why did he go to 5150 show like an op? Exactly. He went there trying to.
You claimed you had a successful software company as you sold. Can you name that company?
I didn't sell the software company.
Do you have a name for it?
I'm not telling you what the name of my software company is.
Are you? But I don't think
the same way that what happened to the restaurant, I'm not giving out information. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could find about you was your restaurant. I didn't see any information about your software company online, and this should be public information. The restaurant information is public, so I saw the UCC file.
Are they changing? Are they altering his voice? Are they altering his voice at all? Kwame, you make the edible sound great. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Hey, why most of these guys always go to the inviting others to their privates, starting to think it's a projection on how they come up. Salute, Mr. Brown. Yeah, I don't know. Listening to the way he talked, I'm wondering if his voice is being altered because the way his voice sounds.
That is speeded up. Okay.
How can I explain this? Think, Kwame. I know a song. There's a song. Sweeter, sweeter than the honey on the honeycomb. Sweeter than the honey on the honeycomb. I don't know why that song match up with anything I'm talking about. Matter of fact, YouTube, it don't. That was just an outburst, YouTube. Don't even worry about it.
I'll link to all that, like everyone else can see. But the other business that you claim to have created are not online, and they should be online.
I'm gonna tell you how you can find information. You are more than welcome to join the Patreon. I disclose all of my information in there.
You see, it's like a sales funnel, right? Like it's this cult to authority. I don't. Anton, you're not answering the question. If you have businesses that pocket watching JT has a business. we could research his trademarks. We can verify his legit business. But for your businesses that you claim to have been successful in, you cannot do the same. How can you reconcile the difference?
How I've structured my businesses, I structured it to where I don't have to worry about people coming after me, because the one mistake that I made is that I use my real name on the internet. And I've learned that
I think you're happy in business, man, because
Hold on, let me answer your question.
You gotta let him answer. Let him answer. We're gonna give you time, but you gotta let him answer.
Let me answer your question. The one thing that I've learned is that a lot of the business that's tied to me personally rises and falls off of whether or not people like me.
Fronting like you were a millionaire, but you only had enough money for one child, sir. You told on yourself. You told on yourself. You think you can hide this? Think you can hide out in the open like you were with your side chicks? You told on yourself, sir. You were dusting it up.
When I made the decision.
No, listen, y'all, this way he really got their money from. I told y'all what I believe. There is a site. I showed y'all this on my live. It's a site for a database that where you can give out news about black people. They got it clipped already. It's called DK Cart. I did a live and I showed y'all. I believe that he understands the money that's being made off of tearing down your own people. It's big money in that in America right now. We seeing with bots how they was doing with talking about black relationships in America. It's money to disregard, downplay, talk down on black Americans. It's just that's what it is. I don't know why. I don't know who's paying it. But a lot of people are getting success off of bashing black people.
Hey, that's not me, YouTube, saying that. That's not me saying that, YouTube. I think they did alter his voice, though. But YouTube, I agree with the brother's assessment. That I do think he was financially challenged. So I don't think, you got to strategically match up kids, money, daycare. You got to be able to afford things. So I give him his props. He was smart. If you cannot afford to take care of said child, don't have it. I give him that. But now that he's older, I think he should, and now he has the bag, he should add to his family. He never wanted a little junior. You never wanted a junior? He talking like Fleece was standing behind him on camera. Hey, man, I'm just reading this. He sounds suspect as hell. He sounds suspect as hell back there. He hiding something. Hey, man. Hey, that quicksand of mother. Salute to the landlord. Mama's cooking. Yeah, they keep flagging the Jesus out of me, man. Y'all go sign up to that Patreon. They getting pissed off where they can't flag me at. I got to do it every day. Why he going to Patreon? He a scammer. We gonna flag that Patreon down.
Salute metaphor.
And then somebody told me they having sex on Patreon. I said, huh? Do you think Patreon give a good guy hoot about me saying something that you may be offended by? When they letting people clap cheeks, I don't think they're gonna care. Behavioral disorder. One talking.
Daniel says he doesn't find
y'all, and I'm ever.
All right, sir.
One thing that I never, ever do, ever, is finance.
He said he never financed. I'm telling y'all, he got that bag from talking bad about the people.
This is a okay. I'm not going to say it that way because I just remembered that we are on 2 of the YouTube platforms. This is a young man,
but made his money off trash in the black community online. For real. That's where his money came from. And then joining a political party and hitting certain political points. Also, y'all see how he be reviewing them videos and stuff. They got videos that they want people to push. Just like when Willie D did that video of the black man going at the ICE. They got videos that they want black people to review them. They don't want white people to review them because it ain't gonna have that same hit. They want to have black people reviewing these videos. And this is where money coming from. Because that's gonna help them with influence. We ain't listening to rappers no more. Like they don't have that big influence like they did back in the days. They need these influencers to be, they used to do it in our movies, like Boys in the Hood, all of these movies they used to have. They used to have all of that in there for us. So when we see it, we know how to act. They controlling our actions. So the only way for them to do it right now is through these content creators, for them to be pushing narratives. It's like they the new Hollywood stars right now. Yes, they got all the money to get them, bro. It's like Hollywood. And what they do is the real ones, they be putting them under like shadow banning and stuff like that, like they had on my channel. I'm being shadow banned for 2-3 months. And you pushing these guys and you pushing them up. It's a good way to be, But that's what's going on right now. Big facts, big facts. Let me go to when he started talking again.
And you try to slander and take away from that greatness. And I said it and I still meant it. You wish you had a son that was a bust. You wish you had a son like me. I don't need anything to make it. You can't afford what? You can't do what?
I gotta talk.
Don't worry about it. I'll go get it. And that's why they don't like me. But I don't care. There's room for all of us to be who we are, And you be you, I'll be me. But let's get back to the story of this young man who's capping. Let's get back to what he said. Let's see if it makes sense.
Every single resource that I could into the kid, right?
All right, sir.
The one thing that I never, ever, ever do, ever, is finance anything. Yo, this is where he capping, y'all, and I'm gonna hold him accountable. Pay attention to what just happened.
Anton Daniels says he doesn't finance anything, but these documents tell a different story. In 2019, he was ordered to pay $15,000 to Discover Card, $8,000 to American Express, and $3,900 to Ford Motor Credit Company. 2 credit cards and 1 car note. For a man who does not finance anything, why does he owe these creditors money? LLC in February. We don't know if he's if he's trying to run away from that debt, right? Because he told you guys that he doesn't finance anything. But according to the state of Michigan, he's in debt. He owes some money. So for a man that's balling out of control, multimillionaire, why you can't pay your bills, player? I'm just saying. Somebody ain't telling the truth.
Watch how we bring it out of him. And when people ask me,
It's just important to have that work-life balance.
All the things that you were saying about.
And I'm not telling you not.
But yeah, y'all, that was his questions on where Antoine Daniels even made his money. He don't want to tell us where he really got the money from. He really got the money from white supremacy. And there's certain things that white supremacy gonna tell you that you gotta sign up with. And the one thing I think is because he's doing it now, this is just my opinion, y'all. I'm not going off of, I'm just going off of just, having common sense, street smarts. They're gonna tell him you gotta be a Christian. You know what I mean? They're not gonna let you be a Muslim. You're gonna have to do that. You're gonna have to probably be a right wing or a left wing. You're gonna, either one. You can't be out of politics. This is just what I think is the prerequisite of just being able for them to pay you to bash people. You're gonna have to be a part of certain agendas, That's just how I feel. I feel like they're not gonna get just like the boule. You right, the boule bag. Like all of them, they got the same ideology, bro. Like the Democrats, they Greeks, they always claim to be Greeks. It's like they got everything fit so they could be chosen by the higher ups. I think That's how it is. Like you gotta be in certain arenas for them to choose you. You can't just be free of everything. Like I don't want to attach myself to anything. No Republican, no Democrat. I don't want to, I want to attach myself to my lineage, my people. This is who, when you're not like that, it's hard. They're not going to want to deal with people like that because you're too out of the loop. They need you in the loop. They need you talking about vote, and they need you on that political plantation. But that's just how I feel, though. All of those guys have the same thing in common. Like they got the same beliefs. It lines up. So if you be anywhere outside of that, they don't want nothing to do with you, fam. Like the Hodge twin, right? The next thing they're gonna say is he keep all his wealth in his mattress. I'm telling you, knowing that you just getting a check and you wasting them people money that they giving you, but birds of that feather. For real. But we know, but it's good that this is exposing and people understanding that because it's a lot of our brothers, they gonna listen to this brother and they gonna think he's getting money because this is what them people trying to do. They want to give people like Antoine some money so people can follow him. A lot of the times they just want certain black people to have money because of their ideology, how they think and how they live, and they want that to be marketed. So just like in the streets, man, when I was coming up, we really was fascinated with the dudes who had the cars. They had the verbs, they had the donks. They riding around in the candy painted donks, and we was like, man, they pull up, they giving us money to go to the store. We look at those guys like, yeah, man, I wanna be like them. That's how they trying to have these lane guys right here. He charges for financial advice. That's crazy. Facts. Yeah, the more powerful you can be, the more they can keep you in their groups and organizations, they gonna have good control over you. But yeah, fam, that's what they're doing. They want to build out these online personas so they could be attracting the youth. That's why you see people like I Show Speed. These are Hollywood. Like they are in control of their influence on the people. They ain't finna just get brothers like me, Black Alpha Network, Afro Elite. They not finna put us in a position how we talk. They not gonna say introvert rock star. They not gonna put them and be like, okay, let's make these guys and put them in the forefront. They ain't gonna do that. They'll never do that. You know what I'm saying? They know the message we putting out, and they know that they're far away from that. They trying to stop us from doing anything of putting this information out. He's an influencer for the establishment. Exactly, bro. And we can tell right now. We could just tell like those points. When he went over there and said, I'm a Christian first, and there's nothing wrong. I ain't gonna go that far to say there ain't nothing wrong with being. I really push lineage-based religion only. I feel like you should have a religion that's based on your lineage, and only your lineage should practice it. But I understand I'm not knocking nobody for being a Christian, but to say it like that, it lets me kind of feel like you align it, especially coming from somebody like him, knowing his points. It lets me think you aligning yourself with something. It's a reason for that. I ain't never hear Bobby Seale, Huey P. Newton, Malcolm X. I didn't never hear none of them. It was like they was liberation people for their people first. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like I always hear our leaders, they always gonna be pushing for their people more than they're gonna be pushing for anything else. So he probably would say he's a Republican before he's, the lineage of whatever his lineage is from. Influence the masses, be rich. Influence the powerful, you never have to work again. Damn. For real, it's all about the influence, man, to get played. That's what they doing. That's why it's so important for us to support independent media, bro. Anytime I see bros online spitting that real, it's like I gotta send them something, bro. It's just like, because I know that they'll probably never get no, they're not gonna have no companies that's gonna stand behind them. They're gonna be getting shadow banned and stuff. They're gonna be going through a lot, bro, just to say what needs to be said is crazy, bro. Antoine only claimed to be Christian, but always bragging about doing anything for money. That's what I'm saying. Is like, that's where he's missing people. You can't be religious. I ain't gonna say it, just gonna seem weird when you religious and you about money. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna seem like like one of them pastors or preachers that be getting over. That's how you gonna look to people, because a lot of people don't understand that when you announce yourself as a Christian too, or anything, a Democrat or a Republican, it gives you a base of people that you can sell to. You get what I mean? Like, if you say I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan, I'm a Miami Dolphin fan, you gonna be able to do business with a lot of people that are fans of the stuff that you're a fan of. So this is why a lot of people be a Democrat, a Republican, a Christian. It's for business, really. You are in a populace of people that's gonna respect you. They're gonna shop with you because it is. You're attaching yourself into a group. You can serve God and money. I'm saying you can't serve God and money, bro. I ain't saying that. You can serve God and money. I mean, I don't know how you can serve. I ain't gonna say serve money. But I mean, you can be about your money and be holding the most high. Runaway Slave had to start 4 channels, and they still effing with him. He's done with YouTube. I gotta check him out. I've been hearing a lot about Runaway Slave, man. But yeah, that's where it's at. It's like the influence is getting people that's gonna be down with the influence, and they're gonna do it for some money. But then you gotta suppress the real ones. You gotta suppress the ones that's putting that real out there, because their influence is gonna impact a lot further, as we see with the Black Panther Party. I think Tut needs mean you can't serve God and money, but you put you can serve God and money. But I mean, that's just how I feel about it. Everybody got their opinions. I was explaining that to a friend of mine yesterday. These people give money or fake, saying, let me say that, bro. These people get a fake saying the people got this type of money to make you look up to them. So you can think they are special, right? But they want you to lock in on their ideology. Just like you see this stupid stuff Antoine Daniels is saying. He's saying, I work 25 hours a day to get what I want. So basically, he's marketing us, the slaves, to work as much as possible for nothing. You feel me? That's what he's marketing. That's what people want to do when they see that. Like, I work 25 hours, knowing that he's getting money to influence people. But he want to push it to us like, I'll work, because that's what them higher ups want you to do. They want you to think about working and paying some of these residual income bills that they got going on. They don't want you to liberate people to eliminate their residual bills that we paying into. So we judge people by the character around here, for real. Serving God supposed to mean you don't need money. He's supposed to be your source. Right. Damn, I ain't know y'all boys was still on here, man. I ain't even get y'all take on it. My bad.
Now you good. She's letting you cook.
Yeah. I've been going on, man. Going on. But yeah, man, unspoken. What you feel about that, man? How the stuff I've been bringing up?
To briefly touch on the last thing you just said about what is it about Anton Daniels? He
You're
works
paying
25.
people.
Yeah,
They're paying people to influence us. Like, how you feel about that?
Oh no, they definitely are. And I'll touch on this briefly and I'll jump back on that. When that whole 25 hours, to me it's another semblance or metaphor is kind of similar to that whole pick yourself up by the bootstraps thing they used to tell us. Like, oh, look how much I'm working. I'm working 25 hours a day. And if you guys can't make it, you got to work harder. Black FBAs, you're not working hard enough. So that's what I kind of took it as. As for them paying people, they are most definitely paying people. I mean, they just got, was it a couple of months ago, that whole Ukraine-Russia war? They were exposing all these influencers. They were getting money from both sides of the party to support, either supporting Ukraine or backing out of the war, Russia's side. And they were, they had a whole thing about that. Influencers were supposed to let you know if they're taking endorsements from certain people. So we already know they're getting paid. And as for Anton and the similar likes of him, I despise all of them. I have a strong disdain for all of him, and like him and all the others that take, like the Hodge twins, like Myron Gaines, Tommy Sotomayor. Like, I know they're all getting it for doing it for money. We all know that, because there's no other logical reason that you would sit up here and spout this nonsense. So it's just like, and I disdain them because I think they're very detrimental to FBA community, because they spout a lot of YT supremacist talking supports. They do a lot of undermining us. They're the face for the I'm not racist, I have a black friend. And look, he said it. So that's why I have a strong disdain. And like when Corey Holcomb went on him and which I don't condone or support that Corey spoke about his daughter unwarranted. But then on this other hand of it, I'm just like, yo, Anton Daniels out here creating real problems with all the FBA community, and that's going to include your kids too, because he's supporting their talking points, and that's definitely going to affect your kids, whether that's directly or indirectly. So I was just like, you know what? He made this. He chose his bed when he chose to support these talking points and this rhetoric and these ideologies. And if he expects his family is not going to be affected because they're giving him a paycheck, and he's just going to be good, like, nah, you're going to be affected too. So it is what it is.
Exactly. I'm with you on that, unspoken. Ricky's World, man. You back, man. I seen you jumped out of there, but what you feel about this, man, about the influencer to influence the black community?
Like Unapologetic said, he pretty much said a lot of what I thought. Like, they use them and they have such a small view, and they don't really study history to see what happens to those in the past. And if they do, they think like the rest. That's not going to be me. I'm not going to be like Bill Cosby and 80 years old in prison. They're not going to be me. No, that is going to be you. And your children, they're going to suffer because your face is out there. Your rhetoric is out there. Like, no one's telling black people go out there and harm these people. Harm the coon, do this and do that. It'll just be years down the line that some angry young black kid that wonders, why are we in these conditions? And then they're just going to see one of your videos and then see you walk across the street and just crash out. And that might be your great grandchild.
Right.
And when they laid up in their final moments and their children are looking at them with such disappointment, you was the reason that we couldn't get ahead. People like you. Damn. Like, none of them can explain it. Tommy Sotomayor did all that pedalizing of white women, white skin, pushing it up there, saying black women weren't nothing. And at the end of the day, that European white woman still cheated on you with an FBA.
Mm.
And he didn't even want it. He sent her back.
Right, right.
They never learned. Hodge twins, they basically say we white. We white. They don't acknowledge everything black. That's why I never dated black women. First of all, black women would never look at you. You probably dress white, acted white, carried yourself white. And they're like, I'm just getting a discounted white man. Why I need you?
You know what? And that you said this, I'm glad you brought that point up. Because I had to back my sisters on this. It's some brothers that be like, and I can see looking at some people like Antoine Daniels. Brothers will say, damn, man, the sister didn't like me when I was in high school. That's why I had to go, you know what I mean? And I gotta say it's a reason for that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I gotta give them their, like, I can't let them force them to pick people that's off code, not on, you know what I'm saying? I can't do that. You feel me?
Exactly. Like they straight up goofy. And they don't be around us.
Yeah, like how can I expect, like, what do you think a woman gonna do to you when she realize you goofy? You don't have no real, realness about yourself. You don't have the confidence. Like what you think is gonna happen after that? It's like, so I gotta be with them on this. Like, look, if you goofy and lame, and you can't blame the women, because you know what I'm saying? You gotta blame the people that you've been around, your upbringing, that, because I just feel like being yourself, if you confident in yourself, the FBA sister's gonna come on you. But when you being a weirdo, that's when I can see they don't want nothing to do with you. And we can't force them to want to like people that ain't on code. You know what I mean? Just got that spirit in them. So
Exactly. And even when Malcolm was lacing up his bootstraps, and no one looked at Malcolm and said, "Oh, that's a square. That's a goofy."
right.
No, they looked at him and said, "That's a grown ass man."
Mm-hmm.
And white women were coming up to like, "Hey, how can I get down?" Look them straight in the face. You can never be down. It just your energy would attract these people. Your energy will attract realness.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the money, the serving the money. Like if you got skills like water you got your water business.
Right.
That's going to automatically draw people. Like, hold up, wait a minute. I might need that. Like the money's gonna come. You're not worshiping the money.
Exactly.
It just comes from the work.
Mm-hmm.
And Anton went from Fruity Pebbles to discounted Rick Ross and got a shade darker.
Got a shade darker. Look at that. Look at that. They probably say, "Hey man, I need you to be that. This ain't gonna do it."
the limp wrist, the talking with the lisp. Like, nah, bro. They did him like they did the Black Panther dude. They brought him in the room. Like, look, watch some of these videos, man. This is how they talk.
Talk like this, right? Because I can tell how he talking right now, bro. There's no way you would have been able to, have people take him serious talking like that.
What woman gonna come up to him if he forget woman coming up to him? If he went up to a woman talking like
That's
that,
what I'm saying. You wouldn't have went nowhere. I could see that it's gonna be a problem. It's making sense now. He is making a lot of sense now.
Hey, side note, this man had to pay random men on the street to give him hugs, and they still didn't take him. So there's a side note.
what kind of fruit pebble stuff is that? What dude is gonna come up to a random dude and say, "Give me a hug for $1"? Like he lucky he didn't get punched in the face.
That's true stories too. It was just like that.
That's why he wasn't raised around none of us. They say stuff like, "Hey, y'all bullied us." No, fuck, no, y'all were just weak and weird.
Right.
Y'all came around us stinky and talking in there.
Something about it, like, bro.
What do you think? We're gonna stay quiet and man, what's this smell? Smell like crap around here. You looking around, man, who smell like shit? And then you look at this dude right next to you, bro. You smell like shit. Go take a shower, bro.
Right.
Man, y'all made fun of us.
They gonna be mad at you for life for that, man. They gonna be mad at the whole lineage. Man, forget black people, man.
White people, that's why they gravitate toward white people, because some white people will let you know you smell like shit. They'll let you know. Others will be
I
like,
don't want to hurt his feelings though. Let me say it in a nice way. Hey, you know, he around here, you might want to take a shower. You know, they're gonna probably be all diplomatic with him, some of the good ones, and that's, you know, but who cares? The message is the message. You know what I'm saying?
Look at Clarence Thomas. He married to a big old nasty looking white woman. I give it to a lot of the white men. When they get black women, whether they're in the land or out overseas, they be getting something that look good, like cute in the face, got a nice body. Some of these tethers, when they just in cool, they just be happy to get a white woman. Big 400-pound white woman, they 150 pounds, 160. She every bit of 500 pounds. And happy. They be showing, they be grinning from cheek to cheek. That's that big old behemoth.
They happy they got a V1 visa now?
V1. That's crazy. And then when we say something, we're wrong. When we look at them, this is my wife. How she look? Oh, man, we think I don't want to disrespect it, but you got others like us that say, man, fuck it. That big old what? Then that next thing you know, that's why black people are the problem. No, you got married to a 500-pound woman. You can't stop talking about black people in a negative way. Go over there and stay over there. But then white folks would be like, the hell you doing around here?
Right.
What are you doing around us? What your people doing? What are they doing? Tell us what they said. What? And if all we got to do is just look at them and say, we ain't giving you no more information. Like all their lingo is online. From they still influenced by rap and hip hop.
Right.
We ain't listen to no whack. We ain't listen to them rappers. They don't even come back to the community.
Right. We don't pay them no attention no more. That's what's causing the influence on these YouTubers to get more heavier. They don't want to give these rappers no money because they don't have the influence. That's why it's really dying. You get what I mean? Their influence is not strong with us. So they got to get people like Antoine. So it's a couple of them out there.
And what they say? They say, that's why I don't go back to the hood, because they going to rob. Man, nobody think about robbing your broke ass. Ain't nobody think about robbing you. Like, you come off on some weird Anton shit when you've been around the dumbest society. You start talking crazy. That's why we can't just come to. No, nigga, you left. Your mama's still here. Your mama's still in the projects. You left and then come back. And when you came back, it was to floss on us. And after, we robbed and beat your ass. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because you off code. Right. Listen, this is what I said. It's a difference. When you off code, is I don't have no sympathy for you. Whatever happens to you, happens to you because you know you off code.
And they didn't learn from Muhammad. Muhammad Ali lived amongst the people.
Right.
Mike Tyson lived amongst. Well, Mike Tyson was crazy as hell, but Muhammad, Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, he even said it. Like, he said, if I started looking at my people how white people look at them, they're gonna start treating me like white people. And if I lose everything, where am I gonna go back to? And so he looked out for his folks. He looked out for people and gave them jobs. These Negroes don't look out for nobody but that one or two homie that got dirt on them.
And I think they designed to do that. It's like you can't look out for your community. We seeing what them Somalians did in Minnesota. They built their own community, bro. They didn't give them the same stipulation that they give us. Like them Boule people that they let get a little bit of money, they tell them specifically, you bet not liberate black people. If liberation from black people come from you getting money, you're dead. You're done. You get what I'm saying?
You already dead.
Right.
I mean, look at all of our leaders, even some of the ones that try to play both sides. They knew they were selling their people out, but then try to do stuff in the background, try to really help in the background, but then feed the information to the dominant society.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what we supposed look. That's how we got everything. Tulsa, Oklahoma got created. It was a man. I think I'm gonna say Henry C. Thompson, if I'm not mistaken. But he bought 40 acres over there, and he was like, yo, this is only for black people. But they built it up on the low. You get what I'm saying? They wasn't.
Yeah.
These celebrities should be automatically been doing that. Like nobody don't even have to know that they started it. They could have just been, look, hey, boom, 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 boom. Here's 100,000. I need only this to this. And don't nobody got to know you're a part of it. That they not doing that. It just shows me that it's something deeper behind. You know what I mean?
Oh, Rollo, he bought up like blocks in Atlanta. I think it was up at a bluff. He bought up some blocks, employed his own people, and that's when the investigation, because he put it on Front Street. This all me. I'm only employing black people. Yeah, we armed and black. Yes, white people got a problem with that. When you start doing stuff like that, you got to be discreet. And it's a choice.
Very discreet. Yeah.
Very discreet. and that's the thing. You can't be on niggerdom time. You can't be doing that stuff and flaunting in white people's faces.
No, man.
Like they don't like
able to build Black Wall Street, and they had to tear it down because they didn't know the play. They found out about it and was like, holy shit, what the hell? We're gonna have to be working for them. Like we can't have it. This is like what I'm saying. So we can't be out here when people be going on our YouTube channels like, y'all need to be doing this on YouTube. Like, no, we don't. We don't.
And saying all cold stuff, saying stuff that'll get the channel flagged and pulled down. Like,
yep.
Bro, like, no. And the gatekeeping the culture. Like, you got more people coming out saying no. They're not a part of the culture. They're not black. They're not this. And some people don't like it, but it has to be a line in the sand.
Yeah. Big facts.
And them half FBAs, you know, some of them are a problem. A lot of them are, they'll say my mom was FBA, and you find out the mama is in a crazy house. So she raised by a Caribbean father whose parents hate black people.
Right. And they said that in the chat. They said that we are going on ideology too. We're not just going on if your lineage and you are a disgrace to us, you are embarrassing and you're trying to take us down, your lineage card is being revoked. We not, you get what I mean? You of the lineage, but we're still disregarding you. Like you're not. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. That's where everybody got to get on code about. Like everywhere. And the ones that be the half FBA and for the lineage, they be going hard. Like the opposite of the coon, the opposite of an Anton Daniels, they pulling out paperwork on them. They got family portraits and everything. Yeah, reparation mean like, that's ours. They ain't trying to hear no half FBA. They am FBA first before anything. The Anton Daniels, he coming out saying, I'm Christian. Okay, but what about black people? I ain't worried about them. I'm worried about my Christian brothers and sisters. That makes no sense. Because if your Christian brothers and sisters are black as well, you have to care about them too. White people's putting black people in trees. You think they was asking, are you Christian or not? They the ones that saw them get baptized the day before. They didn't care about that.
Right.
It was about making people docile. And they knew it. They knew that them trying to talk to us wasn't going to work. Them trying to send coons to us in the fields wasn't going to work. To our own lands, the ones of us that own land, that one, how we get to these people? Religion. Slowly but surely. People that practice ancient religions now are calling on Jesus and falling out. I'm sorry, not them, their descendants. And it's all about that mind control. Like it's all about mind control. Anton know what he doing. He know what white supremacy pay. His thing is he like thinking like the rest. I'm gonna get out and then I'm gonna reestablish blackness like Candace Owens. No, Candace is married to a small hat. Her allegiance is to small hats.
Right.
Forget Jamaica. Look at Jamaica. Candace Owens, well, she touching the mill. Why Jamaica look like that?
For real.
They don't give a crap about no Jamaica.
Nah, they don't give a crap about it, bro. They already know who running Jamaica. They ain't trying to get in between that. But it's crazy that we just spotting it out, and it's crazy that it's gonna be it's a lot of people though, man. It's a lot of celebrities out there. Sunday, segregated day of the week. Okay.
But they delineating too. They delineating.
Ooh, you saying Jamaica?
No, the celebrities.
Oh yeah.
Because now they when they ask about Cynthia Erivo, oh no, she Nigerian. Oh, she British. Oh, this person a year before. Oh, that's our sister. Now they delineating because they feeling the effects of you can't get roles because of immigrants. So now the actors are forced to either do their own thing, which they don't want to do because now you're going to be blocked by the dominant society. That means you got to go back to black people and panhandle.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw you act a coon for 20 years.
Right.
Like, look at the actors, our FBA actors. They're all old. They're in their 80s and 90s. And they still getting rolled. What are the young FBAs? Like, they getting replaced by Brits. Africans, Brits. Oh, it's crazy. Non-apologetic, you was on point.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, now Sato, I want to touch on that real quick. Like Ricky's World was saying, a lot of FBA young actors are getting their roles replaced by British African or African British actors. Like, have you guys ever seen that movie with Will Smith, Emancipation? It's a slave movie about Whip Peter.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. You notice how they gave Whip Peter an African accent? Whip Peter was born in the USA to slaves. Where does the African accent come from? So I was just like, this don't make sense historically speaking. But yeah, that's just a side note I want to touch on because Ricky World was spitting.
Gotcha.
It's crazy. And they want us all they want us to go for it and feel uncomfortable. Now knowing we've been in an uncomfortable country for all our lives. Before the 500 years that's been documented that they want to document openly, we've been going with these people. Technically, we've been going with them since the 1530s. Some say before that. And we've constantly had these beefs with these people. And the underlying thing is, for us, is we honestly as a whole, not the ones that know and awake and the blind actually believe that they're going to change. See, Jesus got to just prick their heart. Allah just got, no. It's been 6,000 years. When a person say, I ain't changing, they standing on that. Well, I give it to white people. They stood on, we ain't changing shit. You want your land? Come get it. They'll play the little game with a few of us, give reparations, give the hope. But we all know secretly, like, this has been warfare in different ways. And all of it, like the sister Kimmy said, the lady in New York fighting for reparations. That's good. She can do. You got some of us that can't really do that.
Yeah.
Some of us is just good with violence. just waiting for the smoke signal and the cries and the hollering. Like, okay, it's time to put in work.
For real. No, everybody play their part. You right about that, man. That's why the jails is important in controlling black people. Is you got to control that element of them too. You got to give them something to be violent on. you know, so it don't get to the wrong, you know, because think about it, we're getting less and less crime in our community now because people are waking up. But I'm with you on that. Now it's gonna be like we are ready to have people to do certain things. Like we already in position because they fed us so much of this negative tropes. So it's like salute the job.
Exactly. And some of these folks, like some of our FBA people, like extremely intelligent, but extremely sick in the mind. I mean, like there's one guy in Gainesville. This dude was showing me like he said white neighbors getting on his nerves. It was on the news, so I can speak on this. Man's put nerve gas through the vents, killed the family. That's what his mind was at. He wasn't with the pew pew. He wasn't with none of the extravagant violence. But his mindset was they pissed him off. He waited years doing this stuff. Some of us got that mindset. Some of us got the mindset of messing with chemicals, and some of us know the law. I cross my T's and dot my I's. They gotta give it up. They gotta get a reparation. They gotta get a land up. Some of us like, man, F all that dotting the T's and crossing the I's. That was like dotting the I's, crossing the T's. I'm gonna put some nerve gas in that building.
But I'm gonna speak on more. Do you think them people out there protesting are for reparations?
Nope. Them,
No.
they performative to me, in my opinion.
Right. So they not for reparations, but they want us to be out here protesting. That's crazy.
Exactly.
No, they want us really to be like old dog and go out there and put belt to ass.
Yep.
Like they really want us to go, and like that's why a lot of them white folks that out there protesting, they're not particularly violent. Some of them are, but a lot of them are what they call them people. They are God, what do they call them? The non-violent, the liberal white, the one that's going to argue you down. Let's cross. Where's your source? What source did you get? Them whites, they're like, we need them angry black folks. We need the thugged out old dog because we ain't getting to ICE. Nah. They peeping game and they realizing I'm staying out of this. For what? They ain't kill none of my people.
Exactly.
And the whites that are coming up there, that the liberal white think is gonna be their ally, them the Vikings. They ain't coming to cite no sources. They ain't come to pull up a laptop. They didn't come to have a panel discussion. They came to paint the city red. Right? These are these are the ones we've been having beef with down here. These are the ones in the South. They going up because they don't deal with that debating and talking and arguing. They ain't doing that with you. What a guy, you live in Florida, you know they ain't debating and arguing, talking to you about that mess.
At all, man. At all, bro. But down here, it do get, we got a lot of cases of, but it is segregated here, man. But in that Georgia, North Florida, oh man, they got some horror stories of black and white people, man. I'm gonna give y'all one. It's a jail in Florida where a white dude used to knock out black people who used to get gold teeth. They used to go in there with gold teeth and they used to just shine them at all the officers, and they used to like knock black people gold teeth out and they used to put them in a jar, and they used to show all the black people when they come into the prison. They used to show them to them like, yeah, we knocking y'all teeth out, like, taking our gold teeth out of our mouth. Yeah, like that was a big thing. And the guy passed, he was a white correctional officer, but they used to like really traumatize black men, bro, like in jail. And there's stories behind that, but it's a lot of stories, crazy stories that done happen to our brothers that you couldn't imagine, man.
You couldn't like
imagine. You couldn't fathom to imagine having to go through this stuff. But our ancestor did.
Oh no, that's facts. Anytime I get to talk to like any of the old heads, they tell me stories, bro. Like if you had like any law enforcement interactions, like if it didn't go the way they wanted, their first reaction was, "Did you get an ass whooping? Did they beat your ass?" Because that's just how it was during that time. Like, like if they ain't go the way they wanted, if they felt you were any type of disrespectful, they laying hands on you, and there's nothing you could do about it if you didn't go to jail.
Right. Let me get to this guy. Jaw Music said, "What made you start thinking Lucas was a shield?" I start thinking he was a shield. Well, I mean, listening to the guy, from time to time, he was a Republican, then he switched to Democrat now. Like, his talking points make me feel that somebody's paying him to push content. That's what I be feeling like. A lot of these political channels, they're getting paid to push content. So that's what made me, his content that he pushing out. But he did say something about FBAs. He said something like, we the CIA. And we heard James Small say we the CIA. We heard the dude Antonio Speaks. These are influencers that they probably went through and sent a check. They all are saying the Afro think tank, saying that we the CIA. And it's like the CIA don't even work like that.
Yeah, that Antonio Speaks guy, we're not even sure he's really FBA. There's speculation that he might have some Caribbean roots. But I seen his video too, and I just thought it was I don't know, it was a stupid video. I just saw where he was at, and I was just like, you know what? I don't know if for sure you're not an FBA. There's already speculation. People are saying you're Caribbean roots, but I know for sure that like me and you don't align. So your content's not for me.
Big facts.
Exactly. When I first heard of FBA, and I was like, I just started listening. I was actually training in the park. And I just listened. God was breaking it down. He was like, foundational Black Americans, your lineage. I said, oh, yeah, I'm FBA. I know my lineage. I was like, there's no confusion. The only ones who are confused are people who are not a part of the lineage.
That's the people who are big upset.
So Antonio Speaks. You talking like a tether. You think like a tether. You walk like a tether. You're a tether. Until you pull some paperwork, which is unfortunately what we got. Fortunately, we got to go down that route. People that start saying agent stuff. What's FBA? What is your mission and goal? Who's your daddy? Who's your granddaddy? And you start doing that ums and ahs, that means you're lying. You're trying to figure out an answer and think of an answer. Nah, you don't know who your daddy is? You don't know who your grandfather is? Your great-grandfather? Your mama? No, you're an immigrant. You're just an immigrant. And ain't nothing wrong. Stay out the way. That's the only problem you got with them immigrants. And Lucas got a white mama.
Right.
So you got a white mama. You was reared by a white woman who was reared in a white household. How you think she gonna rear you? She's gonna rear you like a white woman. And your daddy, which do we really ever hear him speak of his father? Show videos of his father? Do we? Have his father ever came on the show and said, man, this is my son, blah, 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 blah? Nah. Nah. You are mixed, and it's okay that you're mixed.
Right.
But you have white ideology. You can't say lineage of evil when you come from the lineage of evil.
Right. Let me address this lady. She put, there are some FBAs who definitely fit the profile of a cult. No lies detected. I don't know how. Like, think about when y'all say that, right? You meaning you're just saying that there's some people that are saying some things online, right? We don't even know if they FBA. Like, y'all don't give us no real fictional characters. Like, they can't say Water God TV Black Alpha Network, they can't really say a name of somebody prominent. They're always saying there are some FBAs. That's like me saying it is some white people that's racist. It is some, it's like, what are you saying though? It's like, how can it be some that's in a cult if they not even representing the collective? They're only speak. This is why we're trying to check people and we're trying to understand who is who, because you could have somebody that's just doing this. Like, this is what Lucas did. Lucas got somebody off of the internet, off of X, and he read something that they said, and they was praising Tucker Carlson. And he was like, yeah, this is what FBA is doing. Like, bro, you should tap in with the real ones, the ones that's really got the, you know, that's pushing the message for us, rather than getting some random person and then y'all gonna say, yeah, some FBAs are a cult. When you gotta prove that a lot more. You shouldn't be going off of little random people that you hear talking stuff, in my opinion. What y'all think about that?
No, that's facts. I completely agree, because like you said, they don't really provide any substantial evidence of prominent figures within that or who identify as FBA that are kind of spouting like cult-like ideologies. Like Antonio Speaks, I'll speak on him because I remember his video. I remember what triggered me so much was he said FBA is just a pipeline to white supremacy and conservative talking points. I was just like, hold up. Hold up. Now, if you know anything about FBAs, you know we are you know what? We're just very strongly opposed to white supremacy. That word was fucking me. I mean, that word was messing me up. But we got through it. But yeah, that's what triggered me and like made me realize, okay, anybody that's on this wave or this tip is really not for us. Like they're either saying it because they have some stake in the game. You know, either they're from an immigrant background and they don't want the delineation to happen because that's going to affect indirectly or directly the resources and benefits that they can receive, or they're getting paid by some political party or a lobbyist group or someone with an agenda to help further their causes. That's it.
Okay, facts. So go ahead.
So,
how can
sorry for interjecting.
Yeah, go ahead.
The user body, mind, and soul. They're right. Some FBA are a cult. They went with Jim Jones and they drank that Kool-Aid in the 70s. They joined the Hebrew Israelites and got gunned down. I'm sorry, pew down. They believed in a lot of cults of different religions. We can agree on that. But a lineage, people who belong to a bloodline and they want to acknowledge their bloodline and culture. How's that cultish?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I could see if she's saying, you know, it's some FBAs that join the Boule cult. It's some that join different kind of, I don't know, it's some secret society groups. But you can't say a FBA, the FBA movement is some people in there that's a cult within the lineage, with doing it with FBA. It's like, how? If you look up the definition of a cult, right? This is what it says. I'm gonna pull it up. You can't, it's either we're all in a cult or we're not. You can't say there's a group of people and some of them are cult, but some of them speak real. So if you feel like it's some FBAs that's a cult, you gotta call all of us a cult. You can't be, you get what I'm saying?
Exactly. And I'm surprised that no one ever called white supremacy a cult. No one called a people that terrorized people for 500 years a cult. Nobody. No one said, oh, that's their cult. No, they just said they were white. And these are all immigrants, really, who are saying the secret thoughts of white supremacists because they are really honorary white supremacists. They look at their homelands. It always goes back to the homeland. Always. I do for my people. I'm going to look at your homeland. I'm a good man. I'm going to look at your homeland. How does that make me a bad person? Because I want to immigrate. You left your whole family and didn't look back and never went back. Only during the holidays. I'm sorry. So you can stun on them and say y'all ain't shit. I'm sorry. Yeah. Those aren't cultish people who practice in voodoo, unaliving children and cats and dogs, and they're not a cult. No.
Right. So listen, user, body, mind, and soul. So how can some FBAs fit the profile of a cult? It's either a cult or it's not. So if you got to really say that FBA is a cult. So it says a relatively small group of people having beliefs or practices, especially relating to religion, that are regarded by others as strange or sinister, or as imposing excessive control over members. That definition definitely doesn't have nothing to do with FBA, because we don't control. There's no top, there's no leader, there's none of that. A person or thing that is popular or fashionable among a particular group or section of society. The series has become a bit of a cult in the UK. So when you say a cult, you gotta, like, what are you saying? Like, what makes you? Because I heard user, body, mind, and soul. You did say a church. Some churches are not a cult. What about FBA is cult like? Are y'all just talking about the jokes that they're joking on people about? Like, what is about it that makes it a cult for y'all? That's what I want to hear.
Where is
Go ahead.
user mind, body, soul? Where are you from? Who's your people? What's your lineage?
I'm thinking that she not FBA or whoever to say that FBA is a cult, because you would have to say if some FBA is a cult, what does that mean? It's like saying some politician, like, I don't get it. You can't, that's not a point you can't really prove. You can't say some FBAs are a cult, in my opinion. What y'all think?
And I don't even know if that's a she or he. They came to this chat. Cults come to other people. They go out and seek these people and spread their propaganda. This person came to this chat, which means you looked at the video, you clicked on it, you listened, or listened to respond. So how are we a cult and y'all keep coming to us? Not the other way around. We're not coming to immigrants, because honestly, we don't care about y'all.
Shout out to Miss Red Wine. But this is what she said. She put a group of people who form a group and engage in cult-like activities. What is cult-like activities? It said here, it didn't say cult-like activities. It says having beliefs or practices, especially relating to religion, that are regarded by others as strange and sinister, or as imposing excessive control over members. We don't have members. FBAs don't have members. We don't control other FBAs. So this is an example of, you have to, like, you got to be, it's a stretch what you even saying that. Anybody saying that, anybody from FBA is acting like a cult. They not referencing the definition. Let me get what she's saying. I didn't say you were a cult, right? You heard of Jim Jones Church? I heard of that. But I'm saying I want to hear I want to hear where FBA, how could FBA be in any same category as Jim Jones, as a church, or any other cult that's out there that's a known cult? Like, how could you even put a FBA into that? That's what I want to hear from somebody legitimately, because we get a lot of people saying this. So I just want to understand the mind frame of somebody that's saying that. When you know the definition, how can some FBAs be a cult? What if Jim Jones told people his congregation was FBA? Okay, so if Jim Jones congregation was FBA, but do you see what he was doing though? I'm gonna let everybody else kick on to you, but do you see what the process of what he was doing? What Jim Jones was doing?
And we can tell you came from the third world. We actually saw documentaries of the people that was in Jim Jones's cult. There were white people in that cult. So they're foundational Black Americans. That don't make any sense, any logical sense. And this is what happens when you don't educate your people, when you live in a dilapidated country, continent, island. This is what happens. This is what happens when you allow these people to travel with a third grade education and go out into the world, into the internet, and start talking.
Right. But think about it like this. This person will say FBA is a cult and they don't know nothing about the Greek blacks. You don't know nothing about Kamala Harris's sorority that Fannie Willis is in. You don't know that majority of all of these politicians, especially the one that look like us, they claim some type of Greek sign or they throwing this up. You're going to bypass all of these real cults, real organizations that got tied in the real political church and all of that. And you're going to say FBA? Like, how could we go so far and be so, you know what I'm saying, to even say something like that? I want to get y'all point on that.
I think they've just been slightly influenced by targeted media attacks. Because they're really, I'm gonna be honest, when I read that, my first thought is, oh, they're really targeting Tariq Nasheed. Because if for some reason they think he's like the leader, he's not a leader, it's a lineage, but they're really targeting him. Just going off the definition of it, of a cult. One of the things, what was it? Let's see, control over, imposing excessive control over the members. Well, who would be imposing excessive control? That would have to be a leader, but we don't have a leader because it's a lineage. So I think it's a lot of targeted media. They're really trying to get at Tariq Nasheed. I've seen like a whole bunch of different angles. Now they're saying a cult type thing. Now, before they were trying to say he was a leader of the FBAs. What else have they said about him? They say all types of stuff, but I think it's targeted specifically towards Tariq, because most people know his name, but it's invalid, obviously, because we don't have any sinister or imposing excessive control. There's no membership, as you've already stated, so it's just it doesn't apply. It's one of the things that kind of damage the FBA delineation, specifically movement.
So what I'm saying, this is what she said. She said, I am saying we could encounter a group of people repping FBA and they in fact behave like a cult. Y'all starting to scare me. So basically, this is the whataboutism. It's like, I don't have anybody. I don't have, you're not guilty of it, but we could encounter a group of people that's repping FBA and they behaving like a cult. I don't know if it's happening right now, but this could happen. So you still can't even put us into that cult. Like some is moving like a cult. This is that I'm saying it could happen, right? Am I right on this?
No, that's facts. And just to piggyback off of you, so like I get what at user body mind soul is saying, but it's just like, all right, if they're a cult and they just happen to be FBA, then wouldn't the focus be on whatever cult they are? FBA is a lineage, right?
Right.
So they're a cult or whatever. They just happen to be the lineage of FBA. So that's why I say it's a targeted attack against Tariq Nasheed and the FBA delineation movement specifically, because it really doesn't apply. It doesn't make sense if you logically think about it. If they have, that's like saying Chinese people have, or a specific ethnicity of the Chinese people have a cult. Is that a Chinese cult, or is that the Chinese they're going to break it down and be like, all right, this is the such and such cult. Like, who is that man that had all them people commit suicide with the wine?
Jim Jones?
Not Jim Jones.
Oh.
No, it was a white man.
You thinking about Heaven's Gate?
Yeah, exactly. They don't say that was a whatever group he was from cult. That was his own personal cult.
Right.
And that's the thing. They They don't have access to our lineage. So we're gonna just say that y'all are a cult. And they're looking from the outside in because they don't know any black people that talks to them, that's a friend. They'll know a black person just by, hey, bye. Oh, how was your day? How was your weekend? They don't know really if they're FBA. So they're just drawing these conclusions. They watch Fox News. They get all these white supremacist talking points, and then they try to fish for answers. And we've all told them the same answer. We're lineage. We're fighting for reparations. We're fighting for our land. We're fighting for this. We haven't stopped fighting since we met these people. But in their sick mindeds, we're a cult. We want to take over America and unalive all these white people. We want to enslave all the immigrants. In their sick mind, we're telling them, no, we're fighting for our reparations. You don't deserve no reparations. But the Japanese can get it. But the Chinese can get it. All these other, the small hats can get it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't say they're a cult, even though they've done the most damage to the earth. You don't ever say, oh, they're a cult because you respect them. And you know there's going to be consequences.
Exactly.
And we got to take it back to just, some of us just want to go on their jaw hard. But would you say, water god, the gold teeth? We want to have a container jar of teeth ourselves and say, yeah, this is what happened when the Jamaican was talking crazy. This is what happened when the Haitian. This is what happened when the African dude. Because they can say, no, you won't. Y'all go to these other countries and these white folks got y'all bowing down, literally, and kissing the shoe. We saw y'all crying for the queen. We saw y'all. We saw you Nigerians getting slapped up the head in China. So don't get tough with us and question our lineage when you all up in Mau Mau getting slapped and kicked and robbed.
Right.
You don't question their lineage. You don't question if they're a cult and they are unaliving y'all in their country and in y'all country. And y'all ain't doing nothing. Well, y'all are the majority.
It's crazy, but we just seen somebody call us a cult and not really. They said some of us could be cult, but it wasn't nothing factual or structural that they can prove that we're a cult or somebody in our organization is doing things in cult like, to make us look like a cult. There's no facts on anything like a cult could be going on with FBA. We can agree on that at least. I hope
that's fact,
right?
And they did. I was wrong. You guys had it right. It was Jim Jones they were speaking of. But if you just go look up Jim Jones and you read the biography on him, nothing about him aligns. Like I'm looking at it right now. They say he was an American cult leader, preacher, and mass murderer who founded and led the People's Temple. So that's a church right there. He was a leader. He was a preacher. Like, I mean, there's so many things right there. Just invalidates the whole fact that FBA is a cult. Like, even if you said some FBA members, you would have to specifically point them out and be like, okay, how are they? Are they a leader? What is the religious practices? What are the excessive and strange behaviors that they're enforcing on their congregates? You don't have any of that.
Right. You don't got any of that. So my point is he don't have nothing factual to say to even mention that. If you look at cults, any cult, it's nothing that's comparable, in my opinion, for you to say that. You only can have a whataboutism. You know what I mean? It only could be like maybe, or somebody could do it. Like he said, he was a CIA, no doubt. We just want our own place. Shut up. But Miss Redwine said a good one. Notice how whenever we unify, we get called names like cult agents, racist, divisive, etc. It's all distraction, right? The CIA, we was called the CIA. People said we're a cult, we agents, we racist, we don't like nobody. This is all of the names. And I played Bobby Seale that was saying that about how they was, when they attacked the Black Panthers, they went through the media. That's it. The same thing they did with the Black Panthers. There was like They was trying to bash Huey P. Newton, Bobby Seale, the whole organization. They went to try it with the media. And that's what it seems like y'all are picking up on, and y'all just saying stuff. And it shows me that you ain't even saying nothing that has real factual truth that you can really say out your mouth, in my opinion. Am I wrong? Y'all let me know.
Nah, that's facts. I think it's. Oh, sorry, I cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I'll let you cook right after this. I'm gonna make it quick. No, facts. I agree with you. I think it's definitely some subtle or subconscious influencing by the media, like you said, because they're definitely targeting this FBA delineation movement because it affects a lot of what they can do, especially in politics. We already seen how they manipulate and misuse our funds, sending them out to immigrants, or they committing fraud, all these scams. Ain't no way that all the government officials in Minnesota did not know about that fraud that was happening. Fraud happens on both sides. I know it, but this is just the time we're focusing on this specific community and the Democrat side. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, that all that fraud, all of that fraud. That, and then people. I look at a lot of other YouTubers, and they say, "We try to tell y'all. We try to." So what were you trying to tell them? To vote for the Indian woman that was going to cause a hardship for your grandchildren, your great grandchildren, so they can look at you and say, "What the hell did you do?" So you knew she wasn't going to do nothing for it, and you still voted for it. That's why we in these conditions. Unless you're saying a revolution. Other than that, the two candidates we had were crap. They had no best interest for us. I mean, Donald Trump didn't putting bills in effect that could harm us like she would have done. And she has a history of hating black people. She might not have said any racist words. Her action works when she was an attorney prosecuting these black men, putting them in prison for 20 years for weed charges. You thought she had an epiphany at 50 something and said, "Oh, I'm no longer racist. I like black people." No, she's going to make our life hell. So things happen for why they happen. And the gaslighting got to stop. It's got to stop. Like, these people know at this point, I think they're just paid agents. You can't lack that much sense. A 5-year-old can tell you what FBA is, and with pure accuracy. So a lot of these people are agents. A lot of these people, like with the Panthers and everybody else, they come in and infiltrate. They learn our code. They learn how to do lineage, and they just parrot. Oh, I'm Creek, and I was from this part of Georgia, and this, and this, and next thing you know, that's a whole immigrant. You allow the immigrant in the family, and now they're just messing stuff up. Just like that FBI agent. "What's up, brother?" "Yeah, brother, solid." Meanwhile, he's preparing drugs. He's preparing countermeasures. That's right, brother. Black power. So we have to learn from these past mistakes. And at this point, for a lot of y'all immigrants, the door's closed. You might get some of our elders because they still back in the 60s. You might get them. Right. Us is more us than them.
It is. It's more of us than them. But this is what Brother Body, Mind, and Soul said. I don't know. It sounds like you probably got some Caribbean descent, but he said, "Okay, I'm feeling misunderstood. A girl came into the chat and she said she met someone who was FBA and she thought they were a cult, so she bounced." You see this? This is the type of stuff that's coming around, and people gonna say FBA a cult. That type of stuff. And somebody gonna replay that. "Oh, FBA a cult. Oh, it's a cult." And it's like off of this. Like, that's exactly what they said.
I'm gonna come up with how far did your education go? Did you drop out of the 5th grade? What happened? You had to go work on the sugar cane plantation at 7 and 8, and you just had to forget education and critical thinking? Who a cult? What God do these FBAs all pray to?
Right.
Because all you ask any FBA, they're gonna name you 20 different guys.
Right.
Like these people are ridiculous.
This ain't coming to Florida. This horse shit ain't coming to Florida. Shout out to you, man. Shauna, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But this is how we gotta, get these people right, because this is total nonsense to be saying that some people are a cult off of nothing. You know what I mean? It's just we're gonna have to respect our name and our lineage from people talking this nonsense.
Are all Haitians a cult?
Right.
All
Would you say
Jamaicans a
that?
cult?
Right. What did you say? There's some Haitians that's in the cult, or some Jamaicans, or some Cubans. Like, what'd you say? Yeah, I went into the Cubans and it's a cult. I had to get up out of there. They're gonna be looking at you like, what? We a cult. But
Yeah,
so
especially
saying that about FBA, and it don't sound crazy to them. It's like, wow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna piggyback off you guys real quick, especially when so many of these different ethnicities believe in and practice voodoo, which I'm not crapping on it, but I know YT America thinks that's strange.
Mm-hmm.
So
for real,
but they ain't
What
never
did
been called a
God
cult.
say?
Huh?
I said, what did their God say?
Oh.
They eating the cats, they eating the birds, they eating the ducks.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, they was on their head tops after that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just happy FBA's, we got to sit this one out. Because I was like, they on their head top. I was just like, you know what? I'm glad it's not us. This ain't our business.
It ain't our business.
For real,
They
man.
trying to make it our business.
They trying to make it our business, man. Salute to Don Jeter, man, in the chat. He put Democrat was looking at it like Tim got $1 billion running right now. Put him with Kamala's and let's really turn up. That's why it was so much money put behind Kamala.
Yeah. And she tapped into the Freedman Bank.
Yeah. Shout out to Payroll in the building. He put CULT is short for culture. So F. Right, can understand that. Don Jeter, that thumbnail is wow.
And what's gonna be crazy is afterwards. I mean, the immigrants, they don't have foresight. A lot of them, not all, but a lot of them. Now they're 1%, they got foresight. That's why they treat them the way they treat them. The rest don't have foresight. They're making all these jokes. They're making all of these videos. Not forgetting, next week they're about to go home. A lot of them going home. March, a lot of them going home. And when they're scratching and scrambling for bush meat, and remember that they got to go to Golden Corral and have, Uber Eats and all that's been stripped, and they had gunshots over their head and bombing, and we're gonna be sitting back laughing, eating our food, not laughing at them, but just living life, talking about, okay, what we're gonna do next? Like, what's the next reparation mean? We're gonna be so far past that.
Right.
They don't realize that after this, you're going back to reality. And because you didn't save your money, because you never got really, none of y'all got any skills, no critical thinking, you're going back to hell. With people that's going to be looking at you with a fork and a knife. You can't call 911.
For real.
And water guys gonna be laughing, living life.
Yo, that's funny.
Oh yeah, I know I missed that stream where you touched up on I Show Speed going to Africa and how they were trying to say, how great Africa is and how much love we get, and it's always been FBAs that's just hating on Africans. And then you find out later that they weren't treating him the best over there either. That ended real quick. That man ain't finished the tour. That man, the last 3 countries I think he's been in Africa, he's been having problems with asking him for money, begging him for money. Somebody kicked him. He got water bottles thrown at him in Algeria. Oh, who's the boxer? The British Nigerian boxer. His 2 best friends died in the car. Did you know they stole his phone when that happened? So he couldn't contact. Yeah, and he's Nigerian British. And he went back home to Nigeria, and they stole his phone during that incident.
See, people don't understand. Like a lot of people that be traveling for real, like they're traveling as a Marine, they're traveling, I mean, as military, and they got the back end. But once you going out here and you traveling and you can't bring no guns, you over there in somebody's land, you gotta be knowing how to move in the streets and knowing how to carry yourself. And even then you can still get got, but people don't understand how dangerous that is, bro. Like you are, you know, you're not, it ain't safe for you. You know, you're not, you don't, you know, you better have enough people with you, and you better be, you know, or you're gonna be looked at as somebody that we want to, you know,
A
we want to
walking
take
lick.
advantage of, right?
And
People be trying to like get you like, oh man, going over all of these countries is what it is, until, you know what I'm saying, you realize you ain't got the security and to protect yourself in these places like you should. And there's some places you shouldn't even be going. I don't care how much you thinking you want to see the world, family. Seeing the world ain't worth you losing your life. You feel me?
exactly. A lot of these places, like he thought he was really Nigerian. Oh, Joshua, he thought I'm Nigerian. That's my culture, and it showed you you ain't no Nigerian nigga. We don't know you. What'd you do for us? I mean, you made what 250 million, and that country still is in dilapidation. No medical center, no nothing, no nothing to help him out of that situation.
That's
Sorry
facts.
about that.
No, you're good. I want to let you cook. I just you made me remember something. I was just thinking of all the African I want to say African American celebrities like Michael Blackson, Akon, all of them who have always been speaking about, you know, reinvesting in their, you know, the home countries in Africa. And Akon has said he's gotten scammed. What's his name? The Nigerian guy, Francis? Joshua. He had a horrible car accident. Two of his best friends died. They stole his phone during the accident. Michael Blackson got scammed. Akon got scammed. Who else has got scammed that's, you know, talking about rebuilding Africa and sending money back over there?
Oh, man.
I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny. It's funny, but it's not funny, because these were people that talked down on FBA and went back home amongst the people, because they when the delineation for them, once they got their money up and got established, they removed themselves from blackness and said, "Oh, I'm Nigerian. I'm Senegalese. And I'm putting my people on the map." And then you get robbed by your people because you haven't been over there in 20 years. And you should have just pretty much do what all immigrants do, that first generation. Denounce your country and just say, I'm with the FBAs. I'm black. Me black. Forget your cousins, all them over there. Because you know what's gonna happen when you go back.
Man, even in America right now, like I'm from Florida, and I know that it's certain parts of Florida that where crime is a lot more prevalent, and you can get your issue there, and it won't nobody, you know, you don't have the backing like you do in certain spots. I understand that, you know, and if anywhere everybody from, they understand that in certain areas that where, you know, it's a spot that where somebody trying to do something to you, this will be the most lenient spot because the laws is lenient, you know, the police is kind of lenient. So it's like when I'm thinking like that and I'm thinking of a whole nother country, it's like that's times 100 from what I'm thinking about in America. So you can just imagine, I have to be secure. Like when I Show Speed went over there, I guarantee you he had 30 security. He was like, they could really probably take down, you know what I'm saying? They could really go at war with somebody that was really trying to do something. He was probably protected. Most people that's going to these places, they don't have that kind of protection, man. They just going and trying to say like, oh, these are my brothers. These are my people. They go in there with love. I want to see the world. I want to see how these people living. And it's like you are vulnerable. You a chicken sandwich, really, you know? That's just my opinion. I'm not saying we should not go anywhere, but you gotta understand, you gotta have yourself secure before you going into somebody else's territory. Right? Am I tripping?
That's facts.
No, that's facts.
Yeah.
Get robbed.
Yeah,
exactly.
Man. I mean, not even rob, but they can kidnap you and say, look, man, tell them people to send that money. They'll
That
send
happens
that money,
too.
you're gone. That happens a lot.
That happened to them Nigerians in China. Them dudes wanted 80,000, like Nigeria, and that must mean they son had that family had some status for them people to say, wire us 80,000, or we're gonna pew him and showing videos and help. I need help, and they got me. These are Nigerians doing this to other Nigerians. So you try to take your black tail over there, talking about I did my DNA.
We all brothers. I'm African.
What you think they gonna do to you? When you alone?
No, man.
And them Pan-Africans don't talk about that. Cause they getting robbed too over there. They getting scammed and robbed and fleeced and like some of them Africans, because you not of the culture. You didn't grow up with me. You don't know. I don't know you. You're not from my. They say tribe. Forget saying Nigerian. Two Nigerians look and say, "Nah, he's Benin. They my people." In the same country. We don't do that. Like we on the gang stuff from back in the day, we did that, but not to a point where we would denounce another black person. And that was such a subculture. That wasn't black people as a whole.
Right. Listen, I ain't going to no third world countries. You couldn't pay me to go there. I'm not anywhere that ain't like America, where it's like safe, it's good. I ain't going. You couldn't even tell me to visit. It's just too risky. It's too risky, fam. Unless I got security like I show speed them and how they going, yeah, we can make that arrangement. But other than that,
I agree. I think it's in your best interest. You don't go to no third world countries because you definitely look American.
Right?
They gonna rob your.
They gonna rob. Listen, I already know that. I'm from America, so I already know how it is. Like it's gonna be times 100 how I feel about everybody outside of America. It's like I have a way stronger. I ain't going. You know, I don't even want to go to the hood of the projects and stuff. So it wouldn't make me want to just go to a third world country, bro. I don't see how people want to do it.
And that's what all the immigrants tell us. You need to travel, not knowing a lot of us already travel. Travel as children and in the military. Like,
right.
You need to travel. And I had to tell this immigrant, I was like, he's like, oh, you go to Jamaica. I said, I've been to Jamaica. Yeah, when we got on that van, we went right past all them shanty towns and ghettos, and we went right to the resort. No, you got to go amongst the people. So what, they can rob me? Brother, I said, brother, that's the truth.
But
white man get that pass.
Yeah. White men get that pass because when they see them, they see money, but they'll take from them too. But coming from South Florida, right? I would always notice that everybody in their mama would always travel and move to South Florida or travel to South Florida. So people from South Florida, from where I'm from, we always like South Florida was the spot. It's like, I can go to Palm Beach, Miami, Fort Lauderdale. It's like, and I'm meeting all of these people that just want to come to Florida. So we always thought like, man, this is the place to be. Like everybody in the world want to be here. So a lot of South Floridians, they don't have that to want to travel all of that because it's like they feel like everything is right here. It's a lot in South Florida right there. But when you do travel, like going to different places, you see how different it is. It's not a lot of people like wanting to come to an area like it is South Florida. Like we got New York, we got California, but South Florida is like everybody want to come there. They want to party there. They want to vacate there. So it's like people from the area is going to be like, man, this is the, this is the place to be to some people. But we don't get that wanting to go to, we want to go to different places in America, or to the islands. We done been to Puerto Rico or some of the islands, but I'll let Don Jeter say, because he done been around, but it's very dangerous, man. I remember my homie went to Dominican Republic and he paid like three security guards, So I don't know, man. I'm trying to, I'm not trying to put myself in any situation to where I'm outnumbered, man. Speaking the truth, salute.
Yeah, and the laws are different there. When you travel to other countries, you're not under America's jurisdiction anymore. You're under their jurisdiction, and their laws are different. Especially with a lot of these. I'm sure I don't want to focus too much on African countries, but they're the first ones I was thinking of because I know they have a lot of corruption in their judicial system or law enforcement system. Because there's multiple documented stories of American going over there and then being pretty much extorted by the police, the local police. Like, oh, you have an issue here? Okay, it's gonna cost such and such to fix it. No, I can't do nothing. I can't help you without paying some exorbitant fee. But I know in other countries, some of I'll say Middle Eastern countries, if you have any love for the, THC, don't do it over there because they will lock you up and throw away the key. If you're loud and unruly in these Middle Eastern countries, they'll do the same thing. I think there was a couple of I don't know if they were FBA, but they were melanated people. They got locked up over there for being loud and unruly. So yeah.
Yep. That was that place where all the people want to go. What do they call that place? Dubai, which is nothing but a desert land. Like I never understood why travel to a place where they hate us. I'm gonna give you money. I know you openly hate me and my people. But I'm not dealing with that. And you gotta be. We on guard on a daily basis here. We got a head on the swivel because you can get robbed, you get unalive, you get kidnapped. Here, we already know this. Why am I going to? I don't know them languages or the people.
Right, but let me tell you this though. For some reason, everybody that I met that was from like North Florida, Georgia, South Georgia, these people love to travel because it's boring where they're from. They live in a place where it's not as, it's just not as fun. It doesn't have that, people don't want to really travel there and go there. So they have the mindset of like, dang, I have to go places, I got to go out. And these are the people in my experiences. It's like the city you from, and leaving outside of a place where you were born and raised is important, to understand where you from, because I understand more about where I was from once I moved from where I was from. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like a lot of people don't understand where they from because they're there. I remember going back. I had went to New York to start my water business, and I was going back home to my neighborhood, telling them how, and I'm like, I was telling them like, yo, South Florida is turning into New York. And they looking at me like, what is you talking about? And I'm like, bro, look at our neighborhood. They building all of these houses. They like, it's like I came here last year and I ain't see these 8 houses. Now I'm seeing 8 more houses. I'm seeing these big high risers. I'm like, yo, it's looking different. But the people there don't even really see it. It's like they so caught in the day-to-day activities and buildings getting built up that they not really seeing things how it's seeing from somebody that's outside. So it's like, it's important to me to be able to go outside of where you from so you can understand where you from. But go ahead. I want y'all to speak on that.
Yeah, that's true. Cause that's how looking down in like parts of Atlanta, like because where I'm from, it's mostly rural. Like it sticks.
Right.
You can do anything out here.
Right.
Man, coming back, like you said, New York, going to New York and coming back, and going to Atlanta, looking like, hold up, this starting to look. Then you see new faces. I People that I've known there since I was a baby, since I was a child, and I'm looking at all these new faces. I'm like, man, where you from, man? I'm from New York, son. I said, York, what part? Like, how'd you get down here? Oh, I got people that. So most of these people are coming from up north, up the northeastern, down here. And that's a cultural adjustment for them. It's like a new culture for them because for a lot of people from up north is y'all move too slow, y'all talk too slow. Yeah, we move slow in a way to y'all, and we might talk slow, but we still get down like y'all. In the academics, with on all the levels, and then when you take that same travel mindset and you go outside the U.S. to these other places, they about 10, 15 years behind, maybe
Right.
20. And it's like, and they want to talk junk to us when they get off a boat. Bro, you were just eating a lion burger with no shoes.
A lion burger. I got it. Like that was good. Hey, but that, just like some dude said on our chat, he like, man, y'all don't got no courage like the Panthers. And I'm like, bro, you from Jamaica, bro. Y'all ain't never like we got the Panthers to even say that. Like you don't even got nobody that you can say, you know, where your lineage from that did some great things. So it's like I feel you on that. They try to talk about us when like we the ones fighting the supremacy. We the ones going head to head. Y'all sitting back joining, you know, hands with them, you know, dancing with them and going out to eat with them when we around here really battling them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. We used to have this government contract. When I used to weld, we used to have this government contract. It was number brothers. And then because it was a government contract, you couldn't have an immigrant. You couldn't be illegal. You had to be a U.S. citizen, you know, or an American. So a couple of these, I thought they was brothers. These were some Haitians and Jamaicans. So we doing the work, waiting on the product. White boy taking his time, dragging his feet, and we getting his ass. Like, what's going on? They looking at us all crazy. They like, why y'all talking to this sweet white man like this? We talking to him this way because he's holding up the work. That means we ain't gonna get out here till about 8, 9 o'clock at night. And it just show how docile and I tell you, them white boys was talking to them crazy in their face. We had to step in. And it's a different, like they really are colonized. They really worship white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
But then try to talk back to us and get loud and talk patois. And it's like, it's amazing to us because we like, why do you have the same energy for the white boy that mushed you in the face?
Right, right.
We are not the same as these people. Like in traveling, when they say travel, they really want to see some of us get robbed or unalived or kidnapped. Like them women over there in Gambia that got robbed and kidnapped. Again, thinking that they can go out there and this is America, that you as black women can go out there and just travel in a sisterhood in the pack. It take one dude, mush 2 of y'all, take the rest. Like,
I'm sorry, that's not funny, but it's. Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's funny because they really think like these are our sisters. They really think we don't need no man. Well,
Respect. Yeah.
their own women get kidnapped. What you think gonna happen to you? They know the land. You don't. They're indigenous. You're not. So you need a man, a real man, to be amongst you because you can get you an Anton and he'll be the one watching on the side getting kidnapped. And I tried to help, man. You know, there was just too many dudes and I couldn't just do anything. It's just too many.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me hit the chat. Demaya the Mayan, maybe I get that right, saying born and raised that way, and I have learned different now, and that's why we leaving, brother, to a southern red state. What you mean? Leaving where? Leaving from up north? But yeah, y'all, we got. But he race head put like Antoine Daniels when that Billy punked him in public. I gotta see that. I gotta see that, bro. I gotta pull that up. But we got 10. Let me see if I can pull that up.
You gotta pull that up, water guy.
We got a 10.
Real calm. Real calm.
What I'm gonna say? What I'm gonna Google this search? He was when that Billy punked him in public. So what I'm gonna search? What I'm gonna search? Antoine Daniels get punked.
Or confronted. He got confronted. Very humble.
Was it at a store? You said that. Was it at a store?
Yeah, it was a clothing store, I think.
If it's a same video I'm thinking of, I know there's one video of him where he's like,
oh, this is a good one. This man said he has a white man. I'd rather raise my kids around you racist blacks in the South than you racist Mexicans here in California. Bro, blacks in the South ain't racist, bro.
yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. We ain't racist.
Bro. I gotta listen, we are not racist at all. And racist means we're gonna stop opportunity. I got a dude that I make, we do business with, and it's not, it's only to people who are racist. When you are racist and you like that, you're gonna see a side of black people. But bro, black people here in Florida is not racist towards anybody. It's impossible for us to be. Like, it's hard. Like, we don't even, you know what I'm saying? Nobody still don't shop at our shops, our businesses and stuff like that. They don't like to do business with us, but we ain't racist, bro. At all. Like, anybody that'll tell you that in Florida, like, if you saying that somebody is a black person is racist, they're upset at probably that something they said or some racist ways, but you would never see a black person just hate a white person for no reason.
Yeah, now I'm gonna be honest. The concept of FBA's being racist, I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't work. Like, you can't, as I was an FBA all my life, I don't know how I would have made it if people found out. I have no problems with white people. But I mean, if they were just like, oh, this man right here, he hates all these people that are white for no reason, just because they white. And I would not be able to survive. I'll tell you that right now. There's no way around it.
No way around it at all. At all. And none of us, they think we're like them. Even even though they've been amongst us for 500 years. They really think, no, y'all say racist and play race baiting jokes. We don't do that. Now, you might have the coons that might try to adopt those behaviors. We don't oppress y'all. We don't, y'all have to do something so diabolical that we begin to put belt to ass on y'all. It's us being pushed. We just don't openly come out there and target y'all. Now, do you have some mentally deranged black folks out there?
Yeah. Right. You can't. Yeah, just like that. But I'm speaking, bro. I grew up in the black community. I've been all around Florida, bro. They're not overtly. They trying to sell them. Like, the worst you getting is people in the hood trying to sell them something, sell them drugs or do services for them. They not trying to just be overtly racist. Now, they will rob them now, but they'll rob anybody. They're not just robbing people because they white. You get what I'm saying? That don't go down here. It's like they don't discriminate, bro. Hate is just gonna be given out. They're not gonna discriminate with anything they're gonna give out. My people is what I know.
Yeah, and I don't know. I've always had this personal belief, like I've tied this in, like, you see, like Condolences to all the the kids that lose their lives in school shootings and all the people affected by that. But I've always thought it was kind of weird, kind of like how a lot of these white kids, they feel rejected by their surrounding community or unappreciated by their surrounding community or just bullied or whatever, and they go up and they cause massive harm to everybody out there. Foundationally, or as an FBA historically, do you know what they would have done to us if even one of us did something like that? We were getting whole towns burned down for nothing, no reason. You got Emmett Till, you got Tulsa, you got Rosewood. Imagine if one, or what was actually we did have Nat Turner, but that was a while ago. But up to more modern times, if we behave like some of these white kids, which I think school shootings are like something exclusive to white people, because I think that's a part of white privilege. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think any other ethnic group, if they committed this same thing as much, I think there would be like major retribution, which is why I think FBAs aren't racist. We can't be racist. So we just have different circumstances that we've attuned to throughout our experiences in America, and like there's going to be different consequences for us if we do the same actions. Which is why I'm also a big proponent of FBAs not going out there and protesting, because they're doing all that for Renee. I'm sorry that she got killed. She didn't deserve to die. But if it was FBA, we know we would not be in that vehicle. We would not have been in that vehicle that long. It would have been a different story from the jump. George Floyd, you can't even find the original video of George Floyd somewhere. If anybody can find it, please send it to me, because I'll be looking for it. If you look at that original video, you could tell they killed that man on cam just by kneeling on his neck. It took an FBA dying on cam to justify all the protests and the destruction that we were causing afterwards. We need legitimate reasons when we act out.
Right. We ain't just hate, but this is what they push on us. Like, that's why I love coming out here, hearing what people are saying, so we can hear it from the real people that's really standing behind it. Like, I'm gonna put my name on this stuff. A lot of people, they be saying stuff is just, they're on Twitter, they're on X. It's like, we're not racist. We don't hate nobody. We just want the justice that was for us. And we do look at it's the system. We don't even look at it as people, because we got black people we got our own lineage that's, undermining us. We got other people from other other cultures that's undermining us. So it's not even about who the person is no more, because they're using a lot of different people right now to get the same outcome with us, at least.
And again, he found us, Dominion. He found us. If we hated and we were racist, we go out and do like the other cultures. Go out, travel, pillage, and say y'all don't have culture, and then take y'all culture and say we're the original people of this land. If we were this hateful, we would do like other cultures have done, because that's what they all done. The Arabs just couldn't stay in Arabia and just be cool. No, they had to go down further south, go into Africa. They just couldn't stay there. That's hate. The Christians, being that these are two groups that are mixed in with various other groups. Like the Arab is an amalgamation of other different races. And they went out and they just go ahead and spread hate under the guise of religion. And before religion, it was under the guise of their culture. We don't do that. We're not going city to city. Man, give me that shit. Just give it up. Give it up. No, you FBA now. We don't do that. We don't even have a slur. We haven't even came up with a slur, because we've been too busy trying to better ourselves. Continually fighting against white supremacy. But even with these immigrants, they've been feeling this way for a very long time. We just now finding out and responding. That's how locked in we are with what's going on with us.
Right.
Like, I don't get Buddy, and I get it. Like Buddy might have been around some deranged black people that played them same crazy games as the Caucasians.
And
We're
not
not a
even that they've
monolith.
been around. I told y'all they're marketing that. Like online right now, it's probably from Black American, we only 13%. It's not, you have to more want to market that crime to really want to make black people, for people to feel like this. Yeah, we about to get off. I said 15 minutes a little bit ago. But for what he's saying is he trying to say like he probably got marketed. I think they marketed these black people with all of this stuff. So that's what they do. And that's how
Exactly.
they feel.
And when they get around us, what we do after we make our little jokes. Oh man, you cool. They never stop with the jokes. It never ends with the jokes. Once you really been around white people, like I've been around white people as an adult, and it's like you really got to go in their mouth or pull them off to the side for them to chill out. Like when they come amongst our circles, they be real humble. Just watching. They watch what guy when we amongst them, they want you to talk. Man, you too quiet, man. Come on, speak up, buddy. Then as they get to know you a little bit, then here come the racist jokes. Then here come, and why do your people just do so much crime? That racism kick in. We don't do that to y'all. We don't hang around y'all say, okay, right. Why y'all people just do so much crime? We don't do that. We talk about basketball, football, and then they flipping into that. And that shows the fault of us to a degree because even to this day, we still trying to be cool with white people. As a group of people, you'll find a black person out there still trying to be cool.
Yeah, all the time. You know what I mean? That ain't gonna never, it's always, and it's the other way around too. It's still, you know what I mean? It's still that going on, and we seeing that with relationships too. But
and on a human level, I get. Oh, sorry, water guy.
No. Go ahead and finish and land your plane, cause
Oh yeah.
Go
on
ahead.
a human level, we get it. Like as humans, we come together and we should be as one species and race. True. We still got to do all this racist stuff. We still got to deal with all this lower vibration. So we can never get to that human level of being just a one human family because it doesn't work. We all need to be, FBA need to be where FBA's is. Other races be where they are. It hasn't worked. We tried this 65 years. We tried it. Don't work.
Dang. So the might say he had to knock out a black man. True story. Dang. For running his mouth. I knocked out a white dude and a black man before. So, I mean, I don't discriminate when it comes to these. But we ain't getting into that, man, to close out the show. True story, too. But,
yeah, I'll briefly finish up that topic for the gentleman or whoever's in chat that said, we're racist, maybe white. I'll just go with the Lyndon B. Johnson quote. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. So FBAs are not your enemy. System is all sure your enemy if you're a working class white male. Just gonna leave that there.
Ooh, yeah, that was stone, man. But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all. We're gonna be going on live tomorrow. We only gonna be on for 2 though, but we had a good discussion today. This was a great discussion. We got to hear people how they feel about FBA, how they feel about black people. Are they racist? Do they, hate these specific groups? And we was able to let y'all understand there's really nothing factual behind none of these claims of talking about FBA is divisive, racist. All of these we need to throw them away, man, and put them to bed. But I appreciate everybody. Shout out to Unspoken, man. Shout out to
Ricky's World.
Yeah, Ricky's World. Appreciate you, man. I done forgot his name that fast, man. Remind me of Bobby's World. Growing up, man, I used to hear that. But salute Payroll, man, Don Jeter, Shauna, everybody who participated in the chat. This was a good one. This was legendary. Tanika Mitchell for tapping back in. Yeah, we were still on, man. I'm glad you reminded me. You know, I gotta go test some water in the morning. So man, I appreciate y'all, man. Love y'all, family. Make sure y'all tap in. We supporting black businesses 100. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self, man. Love y'all. Y'all have a good night, man. I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow.